All right, we're back. Sorry about that. Can you guys hear me? Let me know if you guys can hear me. We're back. Yeah, I don't know what happened. It was very strange. My entire stream died, and like my internet didn't cut out. Like my internet was completely fine. Like I have almost gigabit internet, so like I have very good internet. I don't know what happened. That's kind of weird. Very strange. Very, very strange. Anyways, you guys should be able to hear me just fine. I should be good. Yo, Modern Prophet, thank you so much for the biddies. I appreciate you. We're having a great one. We're about to hop into round number 7 of the tournament. Almost 2 top cuts here. Plenty of great players still in the tournament. So, excited to see. All right, let's go watch. Who do you want to watch? All right. Let's go watch. All right, we're gonna watch the Slow King deck. This will be exciting. They're currently 5-1, and they got to win their last 2 for cuts. So we'll see if they're able to do that. We'll pull up their stream in just a second. Will take us about 20 seconds, and then we will hop into it. All right. Let's see, how can we get this to pop up? Why is it not? There we go. All right, we're good. Sorry. Okay, hopping into it here. This is round number 6. Both players are 5-1. So we'll see what ends up happening. Five, 1. 5-1. Okay, so here we go here, watching Charlie play up against a Dango, a Dragapult deck here. It looks like they were able to get the turn 1 TM Evolution off to be able to evolve Indigo Dango, and also Dragcloak, very solid start for them here. Now, back onto the line here from Charlie. What does Charlie want to do here? You can't, like, I mean, I guess you can Kyurem here. Like, Kyurem seems acceptable if you can actually hit it. Okay, there's Jet Energy. There's Kyurem, but they are unfortunately missing a couple pieces here. They're just short of, like, what they actually want in this spot. Because they can Jet and they can YOLO go for Kyurem, but, like, that's just insane, right? You probably don't want to do that. That would just be horrible to gamble that. Are you going to do it? Oh, do it. Oh, my God. Oh, this is so risky. I don't know, dude. Oh, are they going for it? Zero inspiration. Seek inspiration. Oh, is that enough? Oh, my God. Whoa, they got a Pokemon. That is crazy. They actually got a Pokemon. What the heck? That's wild. Oh my God, they add GX'd. Oh no. Why are they playing this right now? Got a no-show. Not bad. You'll take the W. All right. Wait, what? Why did I do that? Oh, there you go. All right. Yep. We're going to see the promotion of the Natu here. Now, what do you do? Do you just have to, like, annihilate? That's probably your play, is if you can annihilate. Okay. This hand is not good. We're not cooking here. I don't know. Not sure, Ada. Most likely not, but if 1/7/2 makes it, then all the 7/2s make it. So we'll see. Possibly, though. All right, we see the draw there from Udengo. Draw 1. We're probably going to see the... Oh, there's Boss on the Slowpoke. Wait, Master Ball is A-Spec? No way. Yeah, it's the Master Ball A-Spec. I thought that like most of these lists played Max Rod. That's the one thing that I was thinking about was Max Rod was the card, but... yeah. Guess I didn't play it. Yeah, Master Ball is interesting. I don't know if it's better, though, than Max Rod. Like, Max Rod is so broken. Like, getting 5 Pokemon or energies right back into your hand is just crazy. And they normally do? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so what does... Like, what do they do here? Because they're down to 3 price cards, I believe. So, switching to Badu? Yeah, switching to Badu. I see the energy attach... I don't know. All right. Yep, we're just going to see a pass here. Still go second attack on Badu. What does the second attack do? Does it trap? Play at 5-2? Oh, you can get practice in. What I'm probably going to do is over this next week, I'm going to create an invitational system where like 32, 128, etc., all get points. Because these events are too big. And I want to create something where people can get like 32 or get 64 and get points to an invitational that also has money. I think that's what we're going to do. I don't know if I can make them count. So the problem if I make them count is people will have dropped from the tournament without knowing it existed. So I don't know if there'd be any backlash on that. I don't know what's the correct thing to do for that. Because it's either I give points to everyone who got 32 or 64, but then there'll be people that are like complain saying, oh, I would have kept playing if I knew this. Or I don't, and I like, I don't know. It's like one has a very small chance of negatively affecting the event, where one has a 0% chance of doing anything bad. And the one that has 0% chance is just not doing top 32 or 64 points this event. But I'll think about it. I'm going to talk to someone who runs the events with me and see if that's something that potentially we would want to do. You probably shouldn't count old tourneys. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, is like there will be people who will be like, dang, I would have played. So also, for anyone that's wondering, we're just watching their stream, so I have no idea why they have a timer with fish spinning. This is not my thing. I'm just watching their stream right now. So my apologies that their thing's a little cluttered. Either way, if you feature turners as well, that might get the correct. Yeah, it's just like one, like, since they're mad. Exactly. Yeah, like one has a 0%. Like no one will be upset if I'm like, hey, like I'm adding an invitational style, all points starting here, you know, like just like things like that, right? So that's what I'll do. So expect that coming up. I won't have one next week because I'm going to a funeral. Well, actually, I might have one next week because wait a minute. I might have one next week. We'll figure that out actually because I get home, I think, in time to host the event. So there is a possibility that there is another Smart Series next week because it will also be Black Bolt and White Flare, which will probably be peak tournament time. And I want to capitalize on that for the community. Jelly takeover? Potentially, yeah. The jelly takeover. The big jelly. Turned on. Yes, Chambers is right. The return of Miraidon. I'm interested to see what will happen with that. All right, what does Charlie got cooking here? Ditching the Gigas. How do you win? You just researching? What? Oh, are you going to use the first attack to trap here? Oh, I think I was actually goaded now. I guess, yeah, I guess a lot better. Wait, doesn't the first attack, like, isn't it like amnesia or something? Oh, and they can infinite, like, yeah, they can infinite Academy at night, right? Isn't that infinite? Oh, there's, what does this do? Why are they doing this? 20. What does the Slowpoke do? Doesn't it do like, okay. Well, Golden Go has taken down Slow King. Down goes Slow King. No. Our hero is down. That is a sad moment. A very sad, a very sad turn of events. All right, we got some rounds coming up here. A Pokemon back from discard? Oh, it gets Pokemon back from discard. I thought it trapped something. My bad. I apologize. I should know this. I've played against it once. All right. Let's take a look at... Do we have any more games going on? I don't think so. Oh yeah, we got a couple actually. Slowking has its moments, but that wasn't it. Yeah, that was not it. Unfortunately. Unfortunately, it was not it. Sad moment for our hero. Anyways, hopping back into it here, we are watching Stark, who is playing Dragapult, specifically kind of more of the Toadpult variant, up against Dragapult Zoroark now. So both these players are 4-2, so potentially in contention if they were to win out in a 7-2 makes it. With asymmetrical, all of them make it. So we'll see how they're able to do here. It looks like a pretty close game. This is my friend from Locals. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, we'll see how they're able to do here. Looks like they are in a pretty iffy situation. There's no energies on... Oh, they have energy there. Okay, we're good. Never mind. All right. All right, there's Dragapult. See the jamming tower be put down. Monkey using that Adrenabrain. Yep, there's that. And Phantom Dive at taking the knockout on the active. Now here, you just can't give it 4 prizes and you should win. So in this spot here, you probably could just pile onto... Yeah, Shaman's fine. Like, splitting this is okay, because that means you can put 6 on Shaman to knock it out later. However, I guess I could Monkey Dory off of it, but that's, like, not a big deal. This should be pretty good for the Dragapult. Looking promising. Very, very promising. Okay. Well, how do they win here? I don't know. There's not a very good line. I think that exists. I mean, I guess. Yeah, they're just passing. They just have game, right? Don't they just put? Actually, wait, no, they don't. They're short. Wonder why they put Zoroark on discard? Not sure. That's a great question. Not sure. Anyways, here comes Phantom Dive coming out. There is the Iono. I guess the Zoroark player can kill here, but you do lose to an energy, but I respect... Well, actually, no, you just lose anyways. You just lose your headbutt. It doesn't matter. Yeah, this doesn't work. Yep, and Stark is going to get the W here. Advance to 5-2. 2 away from 7 Ws. There you go. Yeah, you can Phantom Dive, you can Jet Headbutt, you can do whatever you need here. Either attack takes the W. And actually a 4-prize turn, taking out the Zoroark and also the Dragapult on the bench here. So that is the completion of round number 7. We have 2 more rounds until our top cut here. So let's take a look at what is doing well. Let's see. All right, so hopping over, let me just quickly update standings. All right, here. So coming in at 7-0, we have Cleffa Broken from the Czech Republic. We have Tomate at 7-0 with Dragapult. So 2 Dragapult here, sitting very comfortably. Should be locked for top cut as long as they ID. We have Matt Bridges, who is 7-0 with Joltik Box. We have Karen Nan, who is 7-0 with the Grimmsnarl. We have Bartek Zerch, who is 6-1 with Clara Noctowl. We have Zelmore, who is 6-1 with Golden Go Dragapult. We have Jamin, 6-1, Dragapult, 6-1, or 6-0. This person is still playing GWY with Gardevoir. Cody, 6-1. Project Garcia, 6-1. Wash VGG player, 6-1. Logan B, 6-1. We have Azul, who is 6-1 here with Charizard Pidgeot. Seagull, 6-1. We have BKC Benny, 6-1. Vina, 6-1. All Out Blitzel is 6-1. Not streaming though, apparently, but 6-1 with Zoroark. Very cool to see. Jake P TCG 5-1-1. Charlie 5-2. Siclow 5-2. Patricia Pato is 5-2. That's their nickname. They're pretty cool. Well-established player in South America. 5-2. Pokemari. Mauricio got second at Merida Regionals. A lot of and all the drops. So who's alive still? So everyone who's 5-1-1 or better is technically, there might be a 5-2 that makes it this, or a 7-2 that makes it this event. I'm not sure. Yeah, 38 and up, or no, 40 and up are for sure alive still. They're all in the hunt for top cuts. Logan's a senior. Cool to see him do well. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, good for them. It's absolutely massive size. Yeah, over 700 players. Pretty cool to see. I think I'm going to run one next week too with Black Bolt and White Flare. So hopefully that breaks the record. With tonight without the no-shows, yeah, we'll smash 800 then. Hopefully, yeah. The fact we got it a week or like 3 days before the new set came out, we're getting over 700 players is crazy. Because normally right when new sets come out, you get a spike in players. So if this is getting 700, I would hope next week gets like 900. Because we'll see the new set hype spike. That just happens naturally. Because I were to play Dawn or Jelly. It's tough. Dawn was our first deck, but Jelly seems so good in the meta right now. Hey, Gabe, how's it going? Hey, what's up, Cash? How you doing? Are these events too early for you? I know it's the morning time. Stars aren't being favored. I had to wake up at time. I set my alarm for 6, 6:16, and 6:20, but didn't hear all three. I've done that before. Like, I have like that internal fear. Like, that's like the like I'll set like 10. I actually, yeah, I set up alarms all the time. What decks are 7 and 0? The decks that are 7 and 0 currently are Dragapult Dusknor, Dragapult Charizard, Sarah Ledge Arthur is 7-0. Matt Bridges 7-0 with Joltik. Karen Non 7-0. Bartek. Or actually, no, Bartek's not. So the ones that are locked or should be locked as long as they ID are these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then everyone else is in the hunt still. We got Jake 511. We might watch this person next. I think that's what we want to do. We're probably going to watch Jake's round after this, because they are 5-1-1, so they have to win the next two. So it's actually good to watch the people who are still fighting for contention. This person is not playing yet. But anyways, that's what we'll be watching. Not that, but once they're playing, we'll be watching their game. What are you most excited about in a year to come regarding content creation? I am excited to vlog. I'm excited to happy to make Kahoba again. ID the last two and skip. Yeah, Missing, are you in my Discord server, by the way? If you can, if your computer is able to, for Top Cut, I'd love to watch your games. So if you are able to do that, so we have some content for Top Cut to cast over, that would be amazing. If your computer is able to only. Akil Moon, thanks for the follow. Jay, thanks for the follow. Snoozy Snorlax, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. 7-1 is ASEM. Yes. ASEM 100. Yeah, yes. I would assume 7-1 is enough. I would check. So I know you're 6-1 right now, right? If you win your next round at 7-1, just count if it's possible for there to be 8 8-1s. Because if there's 8 8-1s, which I don't think there will be, then 7-1-1 doesn't make it, right? But as long as one 7-1-1 makes it at 8th seed, all of the 7-1-1s make it as well. So, yeah. Yo, Deep Rooted TCG, thank you for the follow. And Akil Moon, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. But yeah, missing. Matt, if you do, like, if you can, that'd be great. I see one Pult Zard at 7-0. That makes me feel good about my deck choice. Good. It's a good deck. Great deck. I was hoping I would send me to Anaheim, but the Pokegods had other ideas. Did you need to get first? Evan Bird, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. All right, hopping into the round here. We have round number 6 or 7. Jake sitting at 5-1-1 has to win these last 2 rounds to make it into Top Cuts. Round 8. Oh, I'm a potato. My bad. Round 8. Yeah. Sorry, I can't math, chat. I apologize. First second would have got me in, and my bracket was so perfect since all Grims were on the other side. Oh, dang. Anyways, hopping into it here, we have Raging Bolt up against Grimmsnarl here. Pretty decent start starting Ditto. Always when you start Ditto, it's a good sign for Raging Bolt, on top of there being a Fan Rotom as well. The only issue with this hand, there's no energies, and there's no way to get energies in the discard pile. So there are a couple issues with this hand, admittedly. We'll see. Dude, I'm feeling like potato after losing 3 back-to-back. Nah, don't worry about it. Is Typhlosion good? What's up, Panda Dad? I think Typhlosion is a lot better with Brave Bengal. That is my answer. It was a tier 3 deck without Brave Bengal. With Brave Bengal, it probably becomes a tier 2.5 deck or tier 2 deck. Trade bench to the Shaman? Yeah, it's rough here for sure. Just slamming it down. How have I hit the same Blissey player in ladder 3 games in a row over 2 days? It's because there's less people playing ladder right now, I think, because the ladder's about to reset. So you're probably more likely to hit people. Like, I literally was playing ladder just like in the afternoon a couple days ago, and it was taking me time to get into a round. I was genuine. I was just sitting there and sitting there and sitting there and sitting there as it loads and loads and loads and loads. So yeah, we can just punch into the cactus here at this point. I completely agree. Well, I mean, now you have abilities or now you have a way to retreat. I mean, you probably just prime catcher here. If you can go like prime catcher, blow up the Morgrim, I'd feel pretty good about the situation, but we'll see. Prime catcher and vessel, yeah, prime and vessel. Well, you need Sadas too, right? No. Wait, how can you get to 3 on the Ogre Pawn? Oh, you can Crispin. You can go Crispin prime, but you need another grass in hand. Oh no, sure, let's go. Yo, free W. All right. Yeah, here's Baby Bolt. The energy switch play doesn't do very much, though. Just hitting for 90. This just isn't enough. But, oh, wait, no, the Frostless kills it in between turns. Never mind. Actually, this is enough. I potatoed. So this is actually fine. Okay. So... what does the Grimstomp player do now? You probably just go Grim, CC, try and KO a couple things. You probably, like, if you could KO Hoot Hoot here, that'd be huge. Getting rid of Hoot Hoot is very powerful here. Because you know that Baby Raging Bolt cannot snipe the bench at this point because of the Shaman. So, it looks like, though, a promotion of the Snow Runt, which means we might see a TM evolution here into potentially another Morgrim. That is a potential that they could do. Would you say attachment? Got a challenge this weekend and have struggled to find a deck I like besides Terrorbox. You think Raging Bull is worth building and learning? Yeah, just play Turbo Bolt. But best of luck, Alex. Are you still in Central Cali or? All right, there's Boss's orders, bringing up that Noctowl, attempting to buy a turn. However, without access to Badu, this is not really going to buy very much time at all, if any. So we are going to see here Freezing Shroud come through, though, putting more damage on the board, getting that Noctowl closer to getting KO'd here. Now, all Jake has to do in this situation is simply just attack the Frostlass. Get this Frostlass off the board. This is a problem. This card is very annoying. However, the issue that Jake is running into right now is a lot of time is passing. Even just 2 turns of this Frostlass really starts to accumulate damage, and it's starting to become an issue. This Fan Rotom is almost, gonna die. These Ogre Pawns are taking damage as well. So getting rid of this Frostlass is huge here. I think that Amisum misplayed by promoting Frostlass. I definitely would have given like him Shaman here and just punted the Shaman in this spot, because now, you know, as you can see, Jake is able to remove one of the threats. So if this turn he was just KOing the Shaman, then there's 2 Frostlasses that come in. So yeah. Moving to Oakland for physical therapy school in September. Graduated with my master's in exercise science this month. Oh, that's sick. That's cool. PT seems like a cool job. You get to help people feel better, which is a fulfilling thing to do in life, right? Get to make people happy. Wow, he missed. There is no Grimmsnarl. Jake has the ability to boss his orders and take down. Oh, he took that down? Oh, I think this is a misplay. You definitely take Morgrim. No, 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 no. You always take Morgrim here. Oh, no. That's not great. This is a huge, huge misplay. Because now, Amy actually has the ability, if he's able to find Iono CC KO, he can, like, potentially just brick his opponent. So, like, now what Amy can do is they can go, yeah, this is... No, this is bad. But it's fine still. They get grass on the other pawn. Yeah, well, we wouldn't have needed to get grass on the other pawn if we just boss killed the Morgrim. But yes, you are right. All right, here we go. Adrenabrain. This is the... Yeah, he's getting punished for misplaying. No, why did you not just kill the Morgrim? Oh, it's happening. Oh my gosh, Jake's being punished. Oh no. This is tragic. Jake's getting punished for what he did. All right, what do you do here? All right. This game has gotten interesting. What do you do as Grimmsnarl here? Oh, there's the concession. Was not able to come back. Wow. Looks like Jake moving on to 6-1-1. Just one win away from making it into top cut of the $300 cash prize pool. Smart Series tournament. Congratulations. Jake is 1 win away. All right. Let's go watch BKC's game here. Benny's still streaming. He is. Oh, actually, never mind. Looks like that round is over. All right, so Benny does lose to... Okay, so Benny's eliminated. What's Azul up to? Azul 6-1-1. All right, let's take a gander over here. Oops, whoops. We need, yeah. All right. Does Azul have it? What does this game has been crazy? Oh, Pokemon catcher. Oh no. Oh, they flip tails. What do they got here? The ogre. Oh, this is close. All right, there you go. Azul advances to 7-1 with the Zard PG. Very cool. All right. We got 20 matches left here. Let's go take a look at the updated standings here. So we are heading into the final round of Swiss, the winning in for many trainers. So we're going to see how people are doing. We have Arthur at 8-0 with Saralech, absolutely dominating. Very impressive to see such a cool deck seeing so much success. We have Tomate here, 701, Charizard, Pidgeot taking that ID to lock themselves into top 8. We have Matt Bridges at 701 here, was one of those other people who took the ID with Joltik box. We have Bartek at 7-1, was able to win, now have put themselves in an ID in situation. All they have to do, based off looking at how many people are left, is take the ID and they'll be in. We have Zelmore here at 7-1 playing Dingus with Dragapult. 7-1 there, pretty good. We have Cleffa Broken at 7-1, lost to Karen. So it looks like Karen is going to go up to 8-0. We do have another 8-0, so let's update this here. Yeah, Karen 8-0, Tomate 7-01, Matt Bridges 7-01, Bartek 7-1, Cleffa Broken, Zelmore, Logan, Killen HDs 7-1, Azul 7-1, and then we have Washed VGC player, Labufine, Oswaldo, enter. So most likely these people will ID. So we're actually going to watch Jake, I think, again, because he's one of the only other people who can actually make it into cut at 7-1-1. He is in the winning in. So we will watch that for sure. We're definitely going to watch that winning in for Jake. So we will be able to watch another winning in. Thanks for sharing my game. It was super cool to see. Yeah, super cool. Congratulations. We'll be watching your game next again. Because you're going to be one of the only few 6-1-1s. So because if everyone else IDs, we want to watch a winning in. So I'm Arthur playing Sarah. Not gonna lie, just attach and punching. Hey, it works, right? Are you in my Discord server, by the way? Because I'd love to, if you have the capabilities, if your computer is able to screen share, I would love to watch some of your Top Cut games. If you're able to, you can just join my Discord right there. And when Top Cut happens, which won't be for, obviously a little while, if you want to just hop into one of the stream channels and screen share, I'd love some content to watch. So 7-2 can't make ASIM. Most likely not, unless all the 7-1s hop in for the winning in. Oh, you're good. You can just keep streaming, Jake. I was talking about Dead Stricker. You're okay, Jake. You can just keep streaming from your side, and yeah, as long as you're streaming, that's great. Sure, no problem. I appreciate it, Stricker. Bro, it's so sad this tournament is during podcast recording every week. Change your podcast, bro. All right, just click on that Discord link, Dead, and make sure you're in here, and we'll get you in for top 8, because I'd love to watch your game for cuts. It'll be a cool one to watch. Change your podcast, bro? Yeah, bro, change your podcast time. Figure it out, man. Hope you're doing well, Eric. I hope that the Pokedad life is treating you kindly. I got a full-time job and baby, and we just bought a house. Hey, congratulations on all those. You are succeeding at life. You ever just sit back and be like, I got a family, I get to play Pokemon, I have a job, I just got a house. That's really cool. Really, really cool. I'm very happy for you. Glad I made it home. Time to catch the top games. Yeah, we are about to enter the winning in here. We'll be starting in about 6-7 minutes, give or take, if there's any judge calls. And I'm running an awesome... Yeah, of course. When will series number 3 take place? Based off the exceptional response today, over 700 players, I'm thinking about running another one next week. It will have Black Bolt and White Flare legal, which means I expect a lot more players to register. So hoping we can reach that 1,000 mark. That'd be pretty cool. But yeah, best way to support the tournaments is, liking the videos, subscribing as well on YouTube, following on Twitch. Easiest ways, just hanging around is the best way to support these events. I run these events out of my pocket as well. A lot of the prize pool comes from me, and also a couple other sponsors that I've been working with to continuously increase the prize pool. But I'm also providing, so I appreciate all the support and stuff like that from these events. Be sure to hop in channel top 8. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. You're great. But yeah, I appreciate all the support and stuff. Crowdfunding these free community events for people. I wanted to do something that like helped the community and gave them something free to play in, because not everyone can fly to regionals. You know, not everyone has that flexibility financially, or just, you know, with time to commit several days to these events. So I wanted to give them something that, you know, they could actually look forward to and say, okay, I want to practice for this. I want to play in this. I want to, you know, really make sure I do the best I possibly can as well. I also have plans potentially to run an invitational too. That's something I'm going to talk with my staff about. But a lot of cool things will be happening, and I'm super thankful for it all. I'm going to go get some water here. I will be right back for the winning in of the Smart Series number 2. Hello. Hope you guys still hanging out here. We're about to hop into the next round. We got 30 seconds left until winning in time for the Smart Series number 2. They're 18-7-1, so no ASIM for 22 points. No, if they ID, there's just going to be another round of ASIM. So okay, so Bartek, as long as 1 makes it, as long as 8th seed is a 7-1-1, it triggers every 7-1-1 into cut. Okay, so let's take a look, actually. No judge calls. Beautiful. Update standings. Let's take a look here. So we have 1, 2. These people are locked. Arthur and Karen are guaranteed for top cuts. We have... Okay, so these 4 right here would be the people that if they ID'd, they would... Maybe the 8 ones all play? Oh, that's weird. Could it be top 32 ASIM? No. That would last forever. 2 rounds before official top 8. Yes. Maybe they have to play. This is chaos. This is absolute chaos. Are there any judge calls? All right, winning in. Here we go. All right, let's take a look at the chaos. Let's see this unfold. Yes, this is absolute chaos. So we have Arthur, Karen, locked for top cut. 8 wins, you will be playing in top 8. However, there are 21 other people who have potential to play. So if everyone IDs, they all make ASIM. However, if 4 people or 4 of these 7-1-1 tables decide to play and 8-1 becomes the cutoff, you all get dropped out of 7-1-1. But if everyone IDs, we have a mess. So we'll see what happens. Anyways, we're going to hop into it here. Jake in his winning in after we watch a Honda commercial. All right, here we go. Got to get those travel awards on your Amex when you can't drive there in your Honda. Exactly, bro. Oh my gosh. The Dragon Ball player draw pass. No, this is the first turn of the game. Okay, never mind. I was about to say, wait a minute. Dragon player draw pass. All right, here we go. Action on Jake here. We do see the Nest Ball getting out Fan Rotom. Going to be able to use that Fan Call to search their deck for multiple Noctowl pieces. 7-1 Azul cut. Tell him that 7-1-1 is ASIM if all the 7-1-1s ID. If multiple 7-1s play, then there's a chance 7-0-2 or 8-1 is what you need to make cut. I can't give you an answer because I can't give you a for sure, right? It depends if every table IDs 7-1-1 is asymmetrical. Let me handle this. One second. Let me just handle this quickly. I just need to make sure that yeah, 7-1 is all right. Anyways, back to the game. Sorry. All right. I had to figure that out with Azul. All right, I was figuring that out with Azul, making sure he. All right. Anyways, my apologies. Sorry for being quiet for a minute. Had to figure something out with Azul. Anyways, hopping back into it, we have Jake here, 611 playing Region Bolt. All right. There is the Thunderburst Storm taking the knockout there on the Dragapult. Taking a prize card. Going down to 5 prize cards. The big thing here is that you've taken out a Pokemon that could become a potential Bolt attack, which would be very scary. Taking out that consistency engine is just so huge. And now back onto Pult Dust, or not Pult Dust, or Pult in English, Pult Charizard's side here. What they need is Rare Candy Charizard Counter Catcher. And if they get Rare Candy Charizard Counter Catcher, they should be very favored to win this game based off the board state that they have. What just happened? My Microsoft crashed. 1 second, chat. Fun fact, I don't think that's ever happened before. My entire Microsoft just like Edge just crashing. So, all right, we'll hop into it shortly. Anyways, okay, there we go. Back into it. So, what do you do here as Pult? Lost 3 in a row to win 4 in a row on the bounce. I'll take it. Hell yeah. You know, sometimes you go low to go high. All good though. If our pull, I would use a Miraculous here. Oh, wait. Yeah. That was the play I literally was talking about like 2 seconds ago. Of like, if they hit Rare Candy Charizard CC. Yeah. Oh no, they attached. They didn't use the ability. Oh no. No. They bricked themselves. No. I mean, it's not a huge, it could be a huge deal based off what their top deck is, but oh no, dude. Now you just get full. Okay, the one positive thing here is if there's no boss's orders, then this Ogerpon could potentially do something next turn. However, Is there a way Bull can realistically get back in front of the prize race, or is he cooked? Yeah, so he can definitely win this game. He just has to go Ogre Pawn, KO Charizard, and then go Slam Bolts, you know, Sadas, do your whole thing, Prime Catcher, KO. Is it still winnable? It's like, obviously him accidentally attaching to Teal Mask is like really bad instead of Teal Dancing. But if there's no boss's orders, he's still alive. Yes, still alive. But we'll see. See what Jake has here. Looks like Anderson H is just hunting boss. Now, the one positive thing about this is Arvin does not get Gust KO because the price trade is tied here, which means that it's boss or bust. And if the Zard just punches the act, well, there's Arvin, no boss's orders. That is huge here, because it means that nothing of, you know, really threat is going to happen. Now, this brings up an interesting spot. You have the unfair stamp. Isn't the end of the world for Anderson, because Anderson's hand, yeah, has Pheasantipity, but if you put Fez down, you don't have bench space for the Raging Bolt, so you need to draw into something like Area 0 Underdepth. So this stamp is annoying, but by no means the end of the world. Yeah, big chance. The door is now wide open if they have the pieces to actually put this together. This should be for another Charmander, potentially, or Drippy, but you probably want to put another Charizard piece on the board to actually threaten this Ogre Pawn. But we'll see. The draw stamp seems not terrible. Yes, this is great. Yeah. All right, here we go. We have KO, but we need backup. Now, the big thing is there's no Prime Catcher. All right. Does he go and get the owl for Area 0? All right. There's Raging Bolts. Yep, there's the energy attachment. Okay. Do you ever leaves here? that's probably what you do, because you keep an energy on Ogre. I mean, honestly, like keeping the energy on Ogrepon is actually not relevant. Really that much, because another Zard can't be made, but we'll see. All right, 360 taking the KO here. Going down to 2 prize cards left for Jake, and it seems like Jake is inching closer and closer to that top cut. We do see the Budu with that Itchy Pollen thrown into the active here. Maybe a stall play for a turn to use Itchy Pollen, try and buy a turn paired up with Iono, but easy the fan wrote him, yeah. Probably. That's a great position to be in, because the bull can KO the pawn and play and has to take out the leaves or loses. Yes. This is a good like situation. Your play might actually be CC the Nocti. It's like probably CC the Noctowl and then Iono and then like Itchy Pollen for a turn, maybe to buy time. Because like this doesn't do very much. Like you lose to energy here. They need 10 out on the road in the guaranteed game, right? Yes. That is true, but you can Halucha. So, like, what you would want to do is you would want to Itchy Pollen. Like, why would you Itchy Pollen the... Actually, yeah, maybe that's fine to Itchy Pollen the Fan Rotom, because they can't Prime Catcher. But I guess if they have Boss left, you would run into the issue if they top-decked Boss, you would lose. Because they could go Free Retreat. So, like, they'd go Free Retreat, attach for turn. But if you bring up the Noctowl, they can't attach to the active Noctowl, and also attached to the Raging Bolt unless they're Sadazine, which means they're not gusting. Oh, wait, they already had energy. Never mind. Do they have it here? Random question. Is a double game loss if there's a crash or just a person who crashed? You have to handle a judge call by my op crash, and I don't know if it's preemptive declaring the win. If your opponent crashes, it's an automatic win towards the person who didn't crash. It's just an automatic, because like there's nothing I can do about that, right? Also, I'm not judge calling, actually. You might see my account that's doing it. It's not me. Someone is on my account. All right, cool. Yeah, because it's just like online is obviously imperfect, and there's no other way to do it. It's like if I allowed restarts, it's a huge slippery slope of situations where like people could start intentionally like saying I crashed when they're losing or they have a bad hand. So you have to like the only rule that works is if your computer crashes, it's an automatic game loss, because there's no chance for any type of cheating or things like that, or any type of just, you know, manipulation. Correct. Yeah. And here we go. Jake taking the W, advancing into asymmetrical top cut here. Came back, I believe was 5-1-1. Had to win those last 2 rounds, clutched up, and will be playing an asymmetrical cut. Congratulations to Jake. They seem very excited, happy to watch their games, and excited to follow their journey through top cut. But anyways, for asymmetrical cut, the first thing that we will be doing is we're going to be streaming Saralege. Saralege is going to be the first match that we watch over. It's a deck that started 8-0 in this tournament, and the person who's playing it has agreed to stream for us, so we will be able to watch their game. So very excited to watch a pretty cool rogue deck go this far. So yeah, Saralege will be the first one. Love to see how enthusiastic he was. Yes, I love that. It's like you're excited. This is the point of these tournaments. I want to see people be like actually excited that they made it into cut. Like that's super wholesome, and it means that people care about the tournaments. Yeah. On a great tournament. Yo, I appreciate it, Bolt Up. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for the kind words. Thanks for all the follows, all the subs, everything today. I appreciate it. Thanks for making these tournaments great. I think we will be well played by Jake and to keep a level head after that misplay. Yeah, that was great to see. It's always good to see players who like can recover, which some players can't do. So watching that is really good. Because yeah, it's big. Yeah, these tournaments seem like they have potential to really take off. A lot of people miss the frequent big online tournaments from pandemic era, especially now that we have like 9-ish North American regionals. Yes. I would love to acquire a couple more sponsors for these tournaments to make them easier to run consistently. I'll go just recommend your content. Do your others lives have play-by-play commentary? I think I'm getting the hang of the game, but still. Yeah, so pretty much the majority of my streams, I try and go through my plays and stuff. That's like one thing that I try and do. But that popular game right now, potential should be locking in, especially with 700 players in second tournament. Well, the big thing about this is that this is a point where there are thousands of people watching this tournament. There's like Azul has like 800 on YouTube, like 500 on Twitch. Just all of the other small streamers, you know, collecting 5 or 10 viewers, like watching there be like 3,000 to 4,000 people watching concurrent Pokemon this late at night shows there is a potential moving forward, which is really cool to see. It's very cool to see that. All right, let me update the round here. Who will be playing on Top Cut? Update standings. All right. Let's take a look here. Awesome. Thank you, of course. Will there be more of these tourneys? Probably. Hey, I've got to see Smart Series getting so many players. Appreciate you doing this. My pleasure. My pleasure. I'm glad I could do something cool for the community that actually like gives them content and gives them like mini regional style things that they can actually compete in. And also watch too, you know, giving that Pokemon content. I want to provide that for people, but I appreciate it. Anyways, hopping into Top Cut, we have Arthur here. We will be streaming Arthur in top 8. They are playing Ceruledge. We have Karen at 801 with Grimmsnarl. Elmar Tresp 8-1 with Dragapult Dusknoir. Chrono Nova 8-1 with Grimmsnarl Frostlass. Tomati Kana, I think Tomate Konaji from Peru playing Grimmsnarl 8-1. Actually, no, 7-0-2. We have Bartek 7-1-1 with Flareon. Zelmore 7-1-1 with Goldango Dragapult. We have Matt Bridges, was just in the chat, I think, an hour or so ago, playing Joltik Box. We have Killen HDez 55 playing Dragapult Charizard. We have Joel FT playing Raging Bolt. We have Azul playing Charizard Pidgeot. We have Washed VGC player playing Charizard Dusknoir. We have Osvaldo Estrada playing Joltik Box. We have Logan B playing Grimmsnarl Frostlass. We have Labubu Fiend playing Dragapult Charizard. We have Ian MC, who we saw on the other side playing. We were watching someone who's playing against them. They made cut. We have Grim is So Trash. I believe this is Gabriel Fernandez. Yes, this is Gabriel Fernandez at 7-1-1. We have Zowie32 with Raging Bolt at 7-1-1. We have Jake P TCG with Raging Bolt at 7-1-1. We have Where's Spots 05 at 7-1-1. And All Out Blitzel at 7-1-1 with Zork. So 21 people will be competing in cut. How asymmetrical works is since 8th seed was 7-1-1, all of the 7-1-1s make it, which means we're going to have some asymmetrical rounds to go over, and then we'll cut and move on from there. So it's going to be a busy night. Excited to watch these games unfold. How many people can cut to skip one round ASM? I don't think anyone is skipping. Oh, wait, actually, no. Some will skip the first round, I think. Could be wrong. But our parents updated. I just updated them. There is one round we are waiting on. Where are they? It is a 4-2-2 and 5-3. They're still battling it out. All right. Fernandez's name during TLS tournament was I cannot play versus Gardevoir or something like that. He went all 8 rounds on top 8 dodging all Guardy decks. Does top 16 start now or top 32? Well, it's top 20 like 3. Telecaster, I'm talking about all around. I'm talking about like all the streamers that played in this event. Had lunch and I'm just having dinner while still in the tourney. Wait, you're having lunch. Does that mean you live in Australia? I cannot. That's crazy. Loki surprised Zorak is up there. Count Sag. Let me look. What was your record? Does it like matter? Oh. Oh, I got it. I changed it for you. No, I did like round 2. Oh, gotcha. Oh, yes. I mean, for people on the West Coast, yeah, definitely. Starts at 3:30. Yeah, no, I got you, Shar. Oh, one of my losses Well, one of my losses isn't cut, so I'm glad I got smoked for good reason. Hell yeah, that's a good thing, right? I mean, as long as the people you're playing against are doing well, that makes you feel better if you lose, all right? All right, asymmetrical cut is ready to start here. I see YouTube still getting used. Oh, no idea who the streamers are. Yeah, exactly. Ooh, I need to change something. There you go. All right, so this is the situation with the rounds here. So we're going to take a look at who gets buys before asymmetrical for top 8. So let's take a look here. So looking at it, there's going to be a group of players who get buys. We have Arthur, Karen, Non, Elmore, Chrono, and then the rest of these people. Comes down to resistance. The people who have to play All Out Blitzel versus Wash VGC player, Oswaldo Estrada versus Spot, Jake PTCG versus Logan B, Labyrinth Fiend versus Zowie, Ian MC, and Grims is trash. These are the players who will be playing. Let's see. All right, so we're gonna watch Raging Bolt again. Let's see. So in the next asymmetrical, there'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So there'll be 2. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yes, there's 2 rounds of asymmetrical. There are 2 rounds. This happened last time, I think, as well. Hope I can play the next one. Hell yeah. Next one should be next week at the same time. Ozula34, thank you for the follow. Meownston, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. I was trying to play in a tournament before my summer physics course, but the course started. Sad. Oh, I'm sorry. So what's up, Lewis? Hope you're doing well. That's unfortunate. All right, let me set up our asymmetrical top 32 game. We're going to watch Jake again this time, and then next round we're going to watch Saraludge, because the Saraludge got the bye, so there's nothing to watch. So both players 7-1-1. All right, here we go. Top cuts. Smart Series, top 32. Go CSR. We got Jake here on Raging Bolts. Gonna be playing up against Grimmsnarl. Chicken Head 64 here, playing the Grim. Easy secret box, discarding a few cards. Going to be searching their deck for a stadium item card, supporter, and tool. Getting the whole shebang here. This will most likely mean TM Evolution is on the way. We saw Jake have a very weak start, just energy attach onto the Hoothoot and pass. Doesn't have a whole lot else here as well. You're probably going to need to top deck something like an Ultra Ball. It's probably the best card you can draw to get energies in the discard pile to activate Sadas here. So this already feels very Raps. Yes, does not feel great. All right, there is Earthen Vessel. That doesn't really get you much farther. Watch, this is just Gates TCG Caster Edition. If I was actually trying to, if I was actually trying to audition to cast, I would like approach this a little bit differently. But I definitely know a lot more about the game than some people, so I think I'd help out. Anyways. Action back here, back onto Jake. Gonna be getting that Spike Myth Gym here. Searching the deck here. It's trying to figure out if there's any like cards missing. This is their first search of the game. However, it doesn't really matter because they're not gonna be they're not gonna be able to do anything here. So at this point, I mean, do you just throw the Iron Leaves in the active? I guess you can attack with Leaves here because you have access to Crispin. So you can Crispin an energy onto the Leaves after you put it into the active spot. You can also just crisp into the active. It doesn't matter how this sequencing is done. Putting 2 energy on Hoothoot is completely fine because then just Leaves get you there. So Crispin being used, you getting themselves a grass energy. What? They definitely want to get a grass energy. Well, actually, they probably don't even need to get grass, but they want to have one unless they top deck Teal Mask. So it increases their chances of finding the out, or at least some card to give them out. It basically turns on all the Teal Masks. So here we go. We do see the energy onto there. Now we do have the option of what energy to attach. Probably best to Earthen Vessel. Yep, get rid of one of the energies. Turns on Sada's Vitality. So it's not looking amazing. However, it is playable now. This Grimmsnarl player was unable to get a Team Evolution off. Right, so they don't have TM Evolution this turn, which means they're not 100% threatening a huge play here. So we'll see. The problem is Spike Myth is in play, which does mean that we're going to see probably a pretty easy Grimmsnarl. But them streamlining Grimmsnarl could be a little bit more difficult, as we did not see that Technical Machine Evolution. On top of it too, Frostlass, unless they naturally draw into it, is typically going to be difficult to find. The reason is that they typically only play 1 Ultra Ball, which means if they only have 1 Ultra Ball, it becomes a lot more difficult for them to search out that Frostlass. They pretty much have to Iono into it or research into it, because a lot of the time that Ultra Ball gets used for something else. You might need it for a Grimmsnarl or for a Monkey Dory or things like that. So that's why getting TM Evolution so quickly is so huge in this matchup. But we do just see the Morgrim here. We do see Spike Myth. Now this will tell us kind of a lot of what is probably in their hand here. If they take Grimmsnarl, probably a rare candy coming. Yep, there's the Grimmsnarl. But the unique situation here is that they cannot KO this Iron Leaves. And there is a small possibility, I guess, if you had Prime Catcher Boss, you could reset this Iron Leaves and take a KO on Grimmsnarl out of nowhere, which is potentially a little bit threatening for them to deal with. But we'll see. Yep, there's the Frostlass. They did have their Ultra Ball in hand. So really big for them just to start getting damage on the board. Yep, there's Rare Candy Grimmsnarl. That is pretty powerful. We're going to see the hit for 180 damage, taking down, well, not taking down, but almost taking down that Iron Leaves here. Putting 30 damage on the Hoothoot, which might end up mattering at some point if you can get Monkey Dory. But we'll see. See what they end up deciding. Yep, there's the energy attachment on not the energy, the bench of the Monkey Dory. Looking for the energy attachment. Yeah, there's the energy attachment. All right, so here comes the Shadow Bullet. Going to be able to hit for 180 plus the Frostlass up to 190. But the important thing is that they got Monkey Dory down, which means that they're going to be able to knock out in between turns, or I guess heading into their next turn. They'll be able to knock out the Iron Leaves, and that makes things very difficult in this situation. There's a draw of Crispin. Are you a bigger fan of Bolt with Owls or Bolt with or without? I kind of like Bolt without Owls right now. All right, going to use that Spike Myth once again. Check the deck. Nothing in there that they're able to get here. They do not play any Marnie's Pokemon, but getting that information is always good, seeing what they have access to. They're going to use that Crispin once more. Just get more energies onto the board here. Just going to probably put a Grass Energy, or I guess the Fighting there. That seems fine. Sets that up to be potentially... Wait, what? Oh, okay. They're just gonna do this. Well, this is like fine. They're bringing up the Frostlass. All right. There is a Nest Ball. That Nest Ball could potentially get them out of this situation here if they are able to Nest Ball for Pheasantipity if their Pokemon gets knocked out. Now, if they do use Monkey Dory, which they're going to have to use Monkey Dory, that's not a knockout in between turns like something like Frostlass. However, I think they just win here anyways with Shadow Bullets. Benching Ditto, I honestly respect them for not benching Ditto. You just play in this situation because like, you can't win if you bench Ditto as well. It just becomes so bad because it always gets knocked out at some point. So pretty rough game there for Jake. Jake does lose game 1 against Grimmsnarl. Very poor hand, so see what ends up happening. Was there a reason why he didn't play the Ditto? Boss basically wins Grimm the game. I think at that point I respect not putting Ditto down, just because you lose anyways, I think, if you put Ditto down. So like maybe if they don't have KO in that situation, I think they just did no matter what regardless. Like maybe you could like come back, because like if you ever like draw out of it, there's just a Ditto sitting there that's gonna die, but it doesn't really, nothing feels good. So all right. Here we go. Game number 2 here. Looks like Jake's hand is pretty brutal. This is not what you like to see. All right. Oh, 2 mulligans, and there's still nothing. There's just nothing giving this hand gas that it needs. Oh, no. You got to get rid of the lightning. Yep. Getting rid of lightning is important. Turns on Sadas. You probably take 2 energies here because you want to get Iono. Yeah, this definitely seems good to take 2 energies. Yep. And there is the pass. Heading back over to Grimmsnarl. All Grimmsnarl really just needs to do is just evolve T-Amiibo. Seems pretty good. There's the energy. And just... Whoa! They just passed 2! Oh my gosh! Both players are struggling to get going here. Wow. There is the KO. Action back on Grimmsnarl. Pressure is on to find something. You gotta find something here. Have to find a card of some sort, or else run a big risk of running into some problems. So I guess the big question is if Grimmsnarl misses here, can Jake win next turn? And I think the answer is yes with Fan Rotom, but he can't win with the Baby Bolt in this situation. So here is Nest Ball. Now, this Grimmsnarl list, I believe, does not play Pheasantipede. And since it doesn't play Pheasantipede, it can't just draw out of this. So when your hands are bad with this variant of Grimmsnarl, your hands are just bad, and you have to hope the top deck. You can't ball search out of it in situations like this. So anyways, Spikemuth being used, getting themselves a Morgrim. We'll see the evolution into Morgrim here. And just a pass. Wow, here's a top deck of a Nest Ball. This gets them some playability here. You could potentially grab the Ogerpon. However, I think grabbing the... No, you definitely... Are there any energies in the discard? Did you grab Raging Bolt and Sadas? Yeah, as long as there's energy in the discard pile, Jake will be able to Sadas, put an energy onto that, and then it's not the end of the world. Yeah, 100% we're taking this here. Yeah, definitely. Star might be cooked. Yeah, this game is completely swung around. It was looking like a complete disaster, but one of the things that Raging Bolt has going for it is that when its games are like slow, it can still function to some extent because you need so little to get going in games that when other decks brick, for example, decks like Grimmsnarl, it becomes very difficult for a lot of them to be able to actually restabilize their board state. But this game has completely turned around here. Jake's feeling it. Going to be able to get themselves a Hoot Hoot on the board, set up that Noctowl pressure, and we're going to see that Morgrim get taken down here with Bellowing Thunder. Now, he has an Ultra Ball here, potentially getting rid of that Budew and Crispin as well. Could be an option. However, you could also hold it for something like Noctowl too. So I think in this situation, completely fine to hold it in this spot because you know if they get a Grimmsnarl, they're probably not like hand disrupting you because they probably need to Arven for the pieces, and you probably don't need multiple Hoot Hoots. So I think this is completely fine. You know, you're an energy away on the Iron Leaves from taking a KO. Most importantly, any color of energy. It's not like the Teal Mass Ogerpon where you need 3 grass. You only need 2 grass and a colorless. So this becomes very, very important as if Jake gets Iona to a low count and potentially loses Hoot Hoot, if he draws any energy, he instantly gets KO'd. So things are looking very, very promising here for Jake. Definitely think advantage Jake in game number 2. After an abysmal game number 1, it seems like game 2, the fortunes have turned a little bit. Now, we see the evolution. Oh, that's not good. That's a sign they don't have much else. Oh, there's Blood Moon Ursaluna. Something that you need to be careful of potentially is this Blood Moon sweeping the board. However, all Jake needs to do is simply just Latias and retreat, and you can attack here with the Iron Leaves. You do not want to, in this situation, attack with a Raging Bolt. And the reason why you do not want to attack with the Raging Bolt is because it's going to get Blood Mooned this turn. So if you retreat here in this situation into any attacker not named Raging Bolt and take a KO, you are completely fine. Because as long as they Blood Moon, let's say you're... that's a pretty good draw. You probably can't put it on the board. Yeah, we just get Latias and KO here. Yeah, we just get Latias KO here with the Iron Leaves. Even Ogerpon is like fine. Yeah, I think you probably just want to Ultra Ball and then Sadas, but that's I wouldn't bench that. But looks like they're going for it. The reason why you don't want to bench this here is yes, you can obviously Noctowl for something like the Latias here, right? However, it doesn't feel great to burn this Noctowl. I don't think you need to. So it's kind of like a thing that like he didn't have to do because he already had the lead, but chose to do it. So I definitely would have conserved there. Conserving definitely seems better. But anyways, here's Nest Ball getting that Latias EX out onto the board. We're going to see an Ultra Ball as well. Hoot Hoot hitting the bench. Slitherwing and Budew hitting the discard pile. Might want to keep the Slitherwing just to take a KO, but actually doesn't really matter because you already got so many bolts with energy on it. So this seems fine. We'll see that Teal Dance as well, putting in energy. I don't think you need to draw this card. I think this is also a mistake. The reason is that if they ever set up a Grimmsnarl, you just want to be able to easily attack for game with Raging Bolt. Or, not Raging Bolt, you want to be easily able to attack with game with Teal Mass Ogerpon. So, in this spot here, That's like fine. Yeah, getting rid of them off the bench is like completely okay. It basically means they can't counter catcher. So if they ever counter catcher, for example, like the Iron Leaves, they lose. If they hit into the active, they lose to a fighting energy. So this should be going to a game 3. Should be going into a game 3. All right. Yep. There's Bellowing Thunder. You probably just, at this point, I would split off active. You probably could just remove one off. Actually, no, this doesn't matter. Actually, you're always an energy away. I think where these energies get discarded, like if you, like you're always an energy away. So like, I think just discarding off active is like fine, but yeah, because now both bolts, no matter what, you win, and you want to split the energy. So one, so you want to have the bench one have a lightning and the active have a fighting, or yeah. So now it's like you win with, if they ever counter catcher or something not named Bolt, you'd win with either or. So yeah, there's an Octal. That it also gets game. All right. So here's boss. Yep, that is going to do it here. Jake able to push this set into game 3 here. Sada's being used. 1 energy there, 1 energy there. Attach for turn, and we'll be able to win game number 2. We're going to a game number 3, chat. All right. Who do we think's gonna win? Do you think we got Jake or the opponent? Chicken head. All right, let's see how game number 3 ends up. Looks like they'll be starting here shortly. Definitely a tale of both players having completely opposite games. Completely opposite games. We saw in game 1, Grimmsnarl completely dominate the game because of Jake's poor draws. However, in game 2, completely flipped on its head, and we saw Jake actually start poorly, but Grimmsnarl start even worse, and Jake was able to take that game here. So, all right. Benja is dead. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. As well, thank you for the follow. We are currently in top 32 top cut. And this hand is not ideal for sure. You definitely would like some more things. An Earthen Vessel would be good. You have access to Energy Switch though. So this Energy Switch might become very critical at some point to be able to set up a Baby Raging Bolts, dealing 100 damage, taking a knockout on something like that. Or Grim. So you have some decisions to make here if you're Jake on what you actually want to do. So and it's not too bad. It's okay. It's, ooh, that's a good top deck. It's fine in this matchup, Alex. I think that's the big thing, is that in some matchups it wouldn't be good, but in this matchup I think it's acceptable. I probably would start with Earthen Vessel here. The reason is that you need to thin your deck out to draw something good. So I probably would have just Earthen Vesseled away a Grass Energy and probably grabbed a Fighting and a Lightning, and then Earthen Vesseled away either the Fighting or the Lightning to get that in discard for more Grass Energy. So definitely a missed sequence here, I think, from Jake. Because you're not drawing great, so you just want to maximize your chances of getting out of it here, I think. And you also just want Fighting or Lightning, either one. Yeah, either one or the other. And that, I didn't know if the game was tighter. Was there a benefit attaching energy to Hoodoo to retreat rather than just using Latias ability to retreat? I don't get why adding the Lightning too. Potentially. But I mean, Latias gets free retreat, right? Discard that would have been beneficial since he already. Oh, true. Yeah. Possibly. All right, Fan Rotom, Fan Call. Here we go. Getting Hoot Hoot, Hoot Hoot, and the Noctowl. Oh, bang, bang. All right, here is the Nest Ball being used here. Looks like they're getting that Impidimp, putting it onto the board here. We see a second Nest Ball as well. Very good start here by the opponent. So looks like we have a potentially great finale here in game 3. Looks like both players are going to be able to play Pokemon, which can't really say happened the past couple games. Did not seem like either player was setting up at full potential. So anyways, here's Iono getting that from the Tatsugiri, and we're going to see the Iono. And honestly, if I'm Jake, I'm completely fine with this, because regardless of that hand having some pieces, there's so much more potential that you could, you know, get a better hand. Because that hand was like, if you had to rate it out of 10, that past hand was probably a 5. And this hand here is about an 8.5. So this hand has a lot more potential, a lot more stuff you can do with it. So anyways, there goes a bunch of Impidimp. We see Buddy Buddy Puffing coming out here, probably going to get themselves a Snow Runt or 2. This is a matchup we're getting double Frost Ice out, can be important, but this is looking pretty rough, I think, for Chicken Head. Not being able to get the turn 1 evolution really puts pressure on this Grimmsnarl deck to be able to find you know, things like Rare Candy. So Spike Myth coming out. All right, here comes more Grim being used. All right, the pass. Yeah, so Spike Myth was used for more Grim, put it into hand. That is a phenomenal top deck. So this is the mistake that I was talking about. He got bailed out because he drew into 2 energy, but if he had just Vesseled last turn away those energies, he wouldn't have had to deal with this issue. So in this spot here, you definitely start with Ultra Ball and Sadas, because what you get off Sadas influences, unless you plan to Crispin this turn, but you can already just Vessel off the Noctowl. So you'd always just Sadas here. Okay, so they misplayed here in this situation, because you always Sadas first, because if you Sadas into Vessel, you don't have to, and this is sequencing 101, chat. This is literally just like sequencing 101. If you Vessel, or if you have to burn your Noctowl, you would rather at least use the Sadas first, because if you Sadas and you find, let's say, that Vessel, you don't need to use the Noctowl. And this is the perfect example here of, like, you don't need Area 0 on board, but like it's fine to get, but you kind of want them to attack with Grimmsnarls, I guess, like anyways early, because you can just respond KO. So yeah, definitely a mistake here from Jake. Yeah, I mean, I'm never gonna harshly criticize. I'm just gonna explain like what they could do better, right? It's always important. I'm never like saying like they're bad or things like that, right? I'm always going to give, you know, the constructive, like, hey, this play would have been better if you did this, and these are the reasons as to why, right? That's the point of, yeah. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, Alex. Because, like, hypothetically, what if Jake just Sadas into Area 0 and Vessel? Then you get to save the Noctowl, because in this matchup, saving Noctowls is very important, because sometimes how Grimmsnarl will win this matchup is by ripping a Noctowl piece off the board, specifically Hoot Hoot, and hand disrupting and bricking the opponent. So now you have used a Noctowl, which means you only have 1 on the board, and that becomes a liability in this spot. More Lanches, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. All right, here is Vessel coming out, going to be getting those grass energies. Still fine. Take a KO here, completely okay. You probably want to take a KO with the Ogre Pawn here. I think that's fine. Oh, actually, wait, no. There's a Pokemon with 60 HP on the bench. Yeah, no, you definitely just Baby Bolt. Yeah, that's okay. I guess if he planned to Baby Bolt, then doing it like that is okay. But he had already Ultra Ball in hand. Yeah, I know. He still missequenced. He always should have just Ultra Balled for Baby Bolt and then Sawdust first. Okay, yeah. Doesn't come off as critical. It's learning for me. Yeah, yeah. I appreciate it. Yeah, so he should have just Ultra Balled. If his plan was to Baby Bolt, then obviously he most likely would have needed to use the Noctowl. Well, actually, no, he probably wouldn't even, like, I guess, like, needed to use the Noctowl. Yeah, he should have just Ultra Balled and then Sawdust first. So, it's still fine. Going down to 5 prize cards here. Pressure, once again, onto Grimmsnarl. Another problem you're kind of running into is you don't have Frostlass anymore, which is the main way you're winning this matchup. You need to accumulate tons of damage. Yeah. It's like, Alex, it's like one of those weird things where, like, I've actually done this before, where, like, I have a plan and then I, like, start sequencing and I'm like, wait, this is just better. But I've already missed, like, sequence, like, to begin with. So the play just looks wrong. Which, like, it is wrong. Like, the idea is right, but, like, the how you got there would have been considered wrong. You know? Yeah, he's probably not getting punished because if you're able to take out Frostlass, it's so difficult because now Jake can get into a, like, war of 2 prizers. Leftovers have been consumed and now I'm back. Oh, what'd you have for leftovers? I face that problem frequently in math classes. Right answer, but wrong methods formula. It's true. It's the same thing in Pokemon. Like, there have been times where I've been, like, let's say committing to route A, and, like, when I'm committing to that, I'll then switch course because I'm like, wait, this is just better. But I already missequenced the beginning, which means maybe I burned an extra resource I didn't need to burn, right? So this happens a lot of the time in Pokemon. Most boring leftovers of all pizza. Does West Virginia have good pizza? PEMDAS a Pokemon? Yes, the PEMDAS a Pokemon. Very true. That is very, very true. That is literally the perfect example. Yes. Or close to it, I guess. Because if you mess up PEMDAS, you can, like, get different equations. Can you still mess up PEMDAS and get the same equation? Actually, yes, a local pizza joint that has managed to expand to all over the East Coast. Oh, that's cool. Also, in this spot, I probably would have just promoted Ogerpon if there's grass energies in the deck. Yeah, I don't know why they didn't promote. Because, like, you'd always rather just kill with Ogerpon here. Because if you kill with Ogerpon, you save the energy. So the issue that Jake, it's not a big deal, right? But if Jake had just attacked with Ogerpon here, he keeps all of the energy on board and gets a knockout. So this is like a huge, huge mistake. Beginning not to remove Bolt and lose all of his energy. Yeah, this is like, because at this point here, if Jake just goes Ogerpon KO, then there's no damage on their side of the board, which means Monkey Dory can't knock out that Ogerpon, and Ogerpon survives for a turn. Better than either, right? No, I don't even think Leaves is better to us because Leaves can't attack next turn in this situation, so you would rather just attack with Ogre Pawn because Ogre Pawn can't get killed on this next turn. It's impossible. There's no way that this Grimsnarl can kill the Ogre Pawn, so you'd rather attack with Ogre Pawn in this situation because there's no out to Frostlass on the board. Does that make sense, Swizz? Like, if there was Frostlass, maybe, probably fine, but overplaying cards from hand is a common issue a lot of players have. A lot of time missequencing happens before you ever play a card. Yes. 100%. It happened once in a blue moon, but that's just luck. The correct sequencing and the math will always be correct, but sometimes the incorrect sequencing will give you the right answer, but won't always give you the right answer, so it creates bad habits. It's true, yeah. That is very, very, yeah, it's very true. Like, I remember when I was, you know, like in math class, sometimes you would like do something the wrong way, and like you would still get the right answer, but your teacher would be like, oh, you didn't do this the right way, though. You just happened to get the right answer. So you should learn to do it the right way, because if you don't have good habits, like it's the same thing in Pokemon, right? Like when it comes to playtesting and practicing, right? If you have good habits of playtesting and practice, and you spend the time that you have having effective and fruitful practice, yes, this is open deck lists. But yeah, like if you spend your time testing in the wrong way, you might get positive results sometimes, but it's creating bad habits for the future, and potentially will increase your chances of messing up if you continuously not test properly, for example. So, or sequencing, it's the same thing with sequencing. If you miss sequence, sometimes, I mean, this is like something that's kind of funny, is like sometimes you miss sequence and you draw into what you need. Yes, you might have drawn into what you need, but you still played incorrectly, which means you're like, you got lucky. But if you continue to miss sequence, like after like X amount of games, your percentage of finding that card off, let's say that one, let's say Teal Mask, will be lower than if you were sequencing correctly. Yeah, fruitful practices. You understand how to play test, why you're winning, why you're losing, the mistakes you're making, things like that. That's the phrase. Yeah, the phrase never punished. One of the big things with testing is actually important is a lot of people have time to test. They just don't test properly. So you really need to understand, like, you need to create a process that works for you, that you feel like you're consistently improving and learning. Like, you need to create a process that you can do with someone or on your own, where you're consistently challenged and you consistently fail. That's actually something that's very important. You need to be willing to fail a lot, because if you're not failing in your testing ever, and your results aren't, I guess, you know, synchronized with that, you are doing something wrong, right? Like, you are just doing, like, if your deck feels great in testing and you like go to a bunch of tournaments and you do bad, like at those tournaments, you're doing something wrong in testing, most likely. I could be sleeping on Grimstar, but this feels like a little too late. It's much harder because there's no Frostlass on board. If there was Frostlass, potentially, but this feels icky for sure. Take notes while practicing. It will generally change the way you approach deck building and playing. For example, if you have a rare candy in your deck as a one-of, take note of how often you actually use it. 100%, yeah. Exactly. Take note of those tech cards. Very, very important. I had a trumpet professor in undergrad who said practice makes perfect, or who said practice makes perfect, creates habits. Yeah, who said practice makes perfect, creates habits. Perfect practice makes perfect performance. Yes. It's all about the perfect practice. You need to practice in the same way. Like there's a reason why you see the same group of players dominating every single year in Pokemon, chat. It's because they're the best players in the game, and they have the best processes in the game too. All right, so this is checkmate, because all he has to do is attach and then retreat into Ogre Pawn, and then attach the energy in the hand to the Iron Leaves, and there's 3, and there's Grass and Grass. No, just attack. Well, no, there. I don't think you. I don't know. No. You don't do that because there's no Latias in play. There's no Latias to begin with, so this doesn't matter. I mean, it probably doesn't matter, but it's like fine. And we'll see that Myriad Leaf Shower taking that KO on the Grimmsnarl. Down goes Snarl, down to 1 prize. Jake is 1 away from becoming a top 16 member in the Smart Series. Exact situation we were just talking about. Sometimes it doesn't matter, but one time it does matter. You won't see/realize it. One of the big things that I think is important in Pokemon is to like accept that like you want to fail in testing. Like in some ways, like you should be completely fine with failing in testing, and you shouldn't get upset about it. You should be happy that you failed in testing, and because you have the opportunity to correct it and move on. Like you have the opportunity to fix the problem. Like there have been times where I was convinced I was going to play a deck, and then I play tested it versus someone who was just as good or better than me when I was testing with them, and they, you know, beat me consistently, and I was like, wow, thank you for beating me, because now I know like the truth, or I know what I could have, you know, like done like differently. Because like I look at tournaments from like a long-term thing where like I'm trying to get through the entire tournament, right? You know, like day 1 and also day 2, so I know I'm gonna have to play against, you know, strong opponents. So sometimes something else considers playing both sides of a matchup. Yeah, that's true. The biggest thing I think in testing is just play with people who are better than you. It's so important. It's so important. Because you won't be pushed if you aren't. If you're like play testing with people who are like significantly worse than you, you are getting like not as good results as you could like from your testing. I'm currently the 8th seed and I'm waiting for this round to be up. Will it be top 16 cut or second ASIM and then top A? Second ASIM, I think. You have to play next round, Blue Bronc. I think. Yeah, that's how it should work. So as long as you do well enough to finish the day 2 record, you'd rather make mistakes on day 1? I don't know. You're gonna play new Miraidon build once it's legal? I remember you mentioned a while back. I mean, I think it's pretty good. Yeah, Blue Bronco, if you want, feel free to stream in the Smart server, and we'll watch your game. We already have Saraludge, I believe, for top 8, but if you do make top, or we have Saraludge for top 16, but if you make top 8, we'd love to stream you potentially. All right, so it looks like here Grimmsnarl can I record my own match on Discord? That's what I'm trying to do for a YouTube video. Yeah, all you have to do is like if you join the Discord voice channel and just screen share, you can also still record too. Yeah, you can still record your thing as well, 100%. There's Arvin. Now the big question becomes, is Frostlass on the way? Because if Frostlass is on the way, we might potentially see that Fan Rotom go down and open that bench spot for Latias. Nope, we won't see that just yet. There's a draw. There's the Prime Catcher. There's the pop-off. We see Jake use that Prime Catcher, bringing up that Monkey Dory, and we're going to see that Myriad Leaf Shower take down that Monkey Dory, and Jake is moving on to top 16. Wow. Crazy set. Some very different games. We saw very different games. We saw game one, Grimmsnarl show its strength and just kind of pick apart a slow Bolt start. And then in that game, or the past two games, we saw Jake really get good, I would say, better starts, and really showed Raging Bolt's strength, especially in that game. That game, very, very good. So... was sure if there's a feature. No, you cannot screen record on Discord. You need to use OBS or like Streamlabs, but you can still just record your game on top of just being screen, like, you know, still being live. So, all right, that does it for top 22 cut, I believe. We have a couple of rounds still going on. We have All Out Blitzel, who is still playing their game currently. And cut here. Let me quickly go over. Let me quickly edit this. All right, let's quickly see that I make an edit here. All right, what a game, chat. What a game there. Jake able to take it down. Let's hop over to the legend, James Kowalski. We'll see what James is able to do here. Looks like James is currently in game number 3, I think. James K. Here we go. Top 32 cut. We see Zoroark, Charizard, Dusknoir. Let's see who's able to win here. It looks like James is at 6 prize cards. This looks to be game number 3. Yeah, very interesting board states. It's like kind of hard sometimes. It like takes a minute to like calibrate the brain into like watching. Like sometimes it's hard to jump straight into a game because like you don't know resources, things like that. So I got to calibrate the brain here. All right, hopping into it here. We do see the Charizard taking the knockout here. Now, what Charizard wants to do in this matchup, the secret to the sauce in this matchup as Charizard, is to avoid attacking into Zoroark early game. Because if you attack into Zoroark early game, you get ran over by that Reshiram's powerful Rage attack. So what you want to try and do is you want to try and pick off early prize cards or make sure you are one-shotting things. So this becomes a very unique situation. James is going to be able to powerful Rage, knock out this Duskull, go down to 4 prizes now. And once James is able to go down to 4 prizes, he then puts himself in an okay situation. All right, there we go. Trade. We're going to see trade probably on that Cleffa. You don't really want that anymore. Ditching 2. 1 and 2. There's the pet. You don't want this, but this still admittedly seems difficult for James to win. And the reason is you're able to use, you know, your attack here to take a KO. But now what is going to happen is Zard is going to be promoted, right? Zard will hit into Zoroark, and then Zoroark will respond KO, go down to 2 prizes, and then Zard just hits into Zoroark, one-shots the Zoroark, or actually no, completes the 2-shot on the Zoroark, and then one-shots the Zoroark on the bench. This is an issue. This is 100% an issue for James. I think this is game. Because it doesn't matter. Because like if you look ahead 3 turns, or now it's 2 turns ahead. James will go knockout active here, and then Charizard goes blow up active, and then how are you hitting 330 on that final Charizard? That is the issue that James is running into at this point. Is that James just won't have another KO, I think, that exists. Okay, what does this even do? It searches for dark energy, right? But killing this, oh, wait, can they Petch KO? Wait, how much does Petch do, chat? Wait a minute. Wait. Is Petch the answer? It tops off at 330. So 60 per opponent's prize taken. So it's not enough to KO. So James should just... Oh, wait, no, the 30 does matter. Oh, wait, this is enough to KO. There's a Peturant. Yes, this 30 actually matters. Holy crap. Wait a minute. Because he put the 30 damage. Wow, I completely forgot. To be fair, Petch is not used very much. We usually see the other Peturant see play. This is not the Peturant of choice for most people. Wow. Yeah, James. Okay, one thing James should have done is James definitely should have benched the Fezandipity. Not benching Fez is definitely a throw here. Yeah, no bench of the Fezandipity is like really bad because you have no reason not to discard it. Oh, wait, is that enough? Wait, no. Oh, wait, does Charizard have game? Oh my gosh. No, we went to an ad, bro. They added us. Okay, we didn't miss anything. Holy shit. Do they have Gust? Oh my gosh. They found it. But they would only do this if they had Gust, right? Do they have it? Oh, there's the counter catcher. Oh no. Oh shit. Oh no. Oh, off of, what was it? A 4-card hand? Rare Candy Charizard counter catcher, or no, Rare Candy Dusknoir counter catcher? Wait, no, was that off? How many cards did he have? Oh, he only had, oh no, he only had 3 cards plus the Dusknoir. So he had to go Rare Candy Dusknoir, pop the Dusknoir. My goodness. Oh my gosh. What a game. Absolutely sacked. That is absurd. A 3-card combo off Unfair Stamp, Rare Candy, Dusknoir, and Counter Catcher. After All Out Blitzel, put them to 2 cards plus draw for turn. Wow. That is absurd. Well, Down goes All Out Blitzel in top 32, unfortunately. Shout out to James. Great content creator. Appreciate you for playing in the tournament. Unreal. That was wild. Yeah, dude, James is I literally messaged him in a group chat that we're in, and I'm like, man, I'm sorry, dude. That is just wild. Well, all right, we have almost all of our matches completed. We actually have all of our matches completed here, except for, wait, there's one more going on. We have Gabriel Fernandez versus Ian MC. They're still playing it out. Okay, how's it going? I was wondering what your thoughts would be excluding both Puffin and E-Switch from Guardy Goes. I built my list with 4 Monkey, but I still wanted the Floon plus 2 Charms. The cards that are cuttable out of the NAIC winning Gardevoir list are 4th Monkey, 4th Dark, and Energy Switch. Those are cards you could play or could not play. It's completely up to you. Those are all cuttable cards, potentially. I personally cut the second, or the 1 boss's orders for Counter Catcher, because I like 2 counter, but up to you. If you want to play Drifloon, do what you're most comfortable with. All right, anyways, looking at it here, we have, yeah, washed VGC player taking down All Out Blitzel. We have Osvaldo taking down Where's Spotto 5. We have Jake PTCG taking down Logan B. We have Labubu Fiend. All right, I'm gonna get in contact with our next match. We do have top 8 coming up. Top 8, or not, my bad, top 16. Top 16 will be Sarah Ledge. We are going to be watching the Sarah Ledge deck play top 8. So that's going to be very, very exciting. The rogue deck of the tournament. Definitely the deck that shocked, I think, quite a few people. So we're going to get in contact with Arthur here. All right. One second. in Discord. I appreciate it. How are time rules? How are timeout rules and cuts? The judge has ruled that there's no time rules for cut. So just all right. Yeah, there's no timeout rules apparently. So, all right, top 8, Sarah Ledge, or top 16. I keep getting so used to like you play one round of asymmetrical and then it goes to cut. But thanks for the tournament. That was so sick. I appreciate it. Excited for the next one too. Looking forward to it. How many rounds left? We got a few more rounds left. So we are heading into top 16 asymmetrical cut. This was a tournament that started with over 700 players, making this one of the biggest online events ever. So we had it originally set for 9 rounds, but since there's so many players who reached that asymmetrical level, it felt unfair to do just top 8 no asym with 700 players, right? It just like it would be unfair because like going 8-1 into cut is like kind of like too ridiculous. So all 7-1-1s made it. Some pro needs to give me a coach on Portnoy because the deck breaks so much. There's no way to do all with it. Hey, I can help you out. Legendary tournament again, dude. I appreciate it, Mama. Mayhem. Thank you. I'm worst spot 05. Oh, sick. I gotcha. Draw better. Yeah. All right. Just waiting on Gabriel Fernandez's game at the moment, trying to see how that finishes. Silence Joltik box or Joltik bot. Any Zoros? Unfortunately, we just finished watching James Kowalski all out Blitzel lose in top 32 top cuts. Yeah, stacked tournament. We have Azul in top cut. We have all out Blitzel in top cut. We have Gabriel Fernandez who made it into top cut as well. So this is super cool to see. So many great players actually playing. Very cool to see some of the best come out and actually play. We had Cal Connor playing. Lots of very accomplished players. You know, Benny Billinger. Lots of very good players playing in this event. So it's cool to see. It's very, very cool to see. And looking for you're building something special here, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm excited for next week. I appreciate the love and all the support. I know there's a lot of people streaming this event, so I appreciate you guys, you know, hanging out with the mainstream. It's the best way to support these events. To just, you know, hang out. Feel free to hit that like button as well. I appreciate you guys. Went 6-0 to hit 3 Grims in the last 3 games with Guardy. That's brutal. Sorry about that. That is tough. Definitely tough. Yeah, 100%. Let's do it. Let's get to work. Is this happening every Monday? Yo, thank you, Nuke. I appreciate it. Thanks for the support. I love you guys also. Thanks for all coming out and hanging out. It means the world to me. You guys enjoy these events, and it gives you something to do. Yo, Reggie, if you make top 8s, specifically if you make top 8, feel free to hop into the voice channels of Discord and my server, and maybe we'll get you on. We already have our top 16 match, so we're good for right now, so don't worry about it. But for top 16, we are going to be streaming Sarah Ledge, but for the future and stuff. 100 graphic for free. I need to start streaming again. I'll send you their information. They go by the name, let me pull it up, Maddie P on Discord, but they're a graphic designer. Should be able to find their stuff for you. My parents got up in the morning. I'm still waiting to play. Jeez. I mean, you're committed. You're committed. That'd be much appreciated. Yeah, 100%. They're very reasonable. So, yeah, very reasonable. All right, let's take a look here. What's going on? So, Gabriel Fernandez has won. Gabriel does take down Ian MC, able to go to 8-1-1, closer to the finish line here, taking down Ian, who's been doing pretty well. I think last event they also did pretty decent too. So Gabriel taking it down, and we have Arthur, Karen, Elmer, a few others. Here, let's just start it up here. Wait. One second. One second. This should not be the parents. Uh-oh. Give it a second. Give it a second. Wait. Yo, I appreciate it, Gabriel. Just give me a second. All right. Is this supposed to be top 8? No, it's supposed to be top 16. Uh-oh. That's hilarious. Oh my god. What happened? What just happened? Time to wake up Robin. Is Robin available? Let me text him. It's so early. There's no way. What time is it in Germany, chat? Oh, he's fixing it. Thank God. Let's see. What time is it in... Robin probably peeping the stream. It like removed me. I know it's so the round is gone now, as you can see. The round is gone. No. So the round has disappeared. Seems like Limitless wasn't ready for a 740 player. Can we play like unofficially? Well, that's what's gonna have to happen in a second. I think Owen can fix it. I'm pretty sure Owen can fix it. Let's see. All right, let me see if I can fix this. Edit tournament. $22 points, minimum players, asymmetrical cut. Yeah, I can. 2 is locked because it has completed. Phase 3 isn't locked. You can adjust it. Let's see. Let me see here. If anyone's really good with Limitless, let me know. I'm saying this to Robin. Maybe he'll wake up. Let me message Jesper. Oh, Jesper might be awake. me call someone. I'm calling someone on Limitless. I don't know if he's awake though. Doom's contact stuff. No, Doom wouldn't know. It needs to be a manual override from Limitless. Yo. Can you hear me? Can you manually override a thing on Limitless? Okay, but is he awake? Do you have any access into, like, Limitless? So we set it for asymmetrical top cut, where it'd go asymmetrical. It was like top 22, then top 16, but it didn't go from asymmetrical top 22 to top 16. It went asymmetrical. The 16 left. It only took the top 8 of the 16. Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate it. Sorry to bother you. Thanks, bro. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I just talked to Jesper. Okay. One second. Manual standings going live in 5 minutes. All right. So Arthur's playing Jake. Let's see. Wait. Arthur's playing Jake. Karen's playing Grims. Elmer's playing Osvaldo. Chrono is playing Washed. Azul is playing Tomatati Naji. Okay. All right. Okay. Yo, if someone wants to create the actual pairing. Arthur Jorge versus Jake PTCG. Karen Non versus Crims is so trash. Elmar Trespi versus. Wait, let's just make a top 16. I need someone to make a top. Wait, top 16 and bracket generator. Top 16 Smart Series, single elimination, custom players. Arthur. Yo, yeah, Josh, I saw your message. Can you make a top 16 bracket, please? Okay. All right, I'll be right back. Can I play Azul? I was wanting to. No. You have to play who you're supposed to play. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back, guys. Sorry. All right, we fixed it. Okay, I apologize, chat. Sorry for that. We're good. We got top 8 now. So let's go watch cuts. We're going to be watching Sarah Ledge here. Is this deck that good? Dude, that was crazy. Who is this in cut at 8-0? Arthur. Wait. Wait, am I potato? A-R-T-H-U-R. A-R-T-H-U-R. Okay. All right, there we go. Arthur is 901 for anyone who does not know. They are the #1 seed in this tournament. I think the only undefeated. So we'll see how this goes. This player is having quite the run. All right, so hopping into it here, we see Arthur going first here, has the Ultra Ball, get themselves the Charcadet down. Good start for them. Going to be able to get their board state cooking here. Why is that Varoom? Yeah, there's the Reveroom. You got the Reveroom, so Reveroom you discard and drop to 6, right? So, Arthur. Did not see the posting? How about the pairings? They should be there, right? Let me check. Oh. Let me see. Okay, yeah, graphic is correct. Yeah, Owen messed it up. No. So the graphic that was posted is correct. Play that person. You're fine. The graphic is correct. Owen just messed it up. Owen was just trying to was trying to give like the Discord names and stuff. Astro 20, 37 HP 10. Contact DMs. Whoever you are playing on the graphic, play. That's correct. Yes, the graphic is correct. The pairings are fine. I saw them. Yeah, I saw it. You're good. Yeah, no, you're fine. You're good. Anyone who is in top cut, the pairings are... Yeah, scratch my last message in. Yeah, you're good. I think so. Someone who was playing and cut made the correct graphic, and then Owen accidentally fucked it up, and which is completely fine. There's yeah, but it happens. No, because the pairing should be different. No. The hair, no, like the standing should be different. It doesn't matter. It's fine. Is that once you like pair them, it should be yeah. Have you heard from my opponent? What do I do? Who's your opponent, Soft Taco? Not the Flashbang TM Evo? Yeah, the Flashbang Evo. Let me look for you, Taco. Who is your opponent supposed to be? Chrono Nova X. All right. Chrono Nova. Let's see. What's your Discord? I have Discord link to Limitless. No, he's in the Discord server. What's your Soft Taco? What's your Discord? Yo, Soft Taco, join the Discord and go to Top Cut Report. And yeah, down goes Sarah Legend game 1. Well, that's brutal. Yo, Owen, can you add right below Top Cut Report? Add for like the question of first or second, for people so they can report, like so like they can ask the opponent first or second. I'm in the Discord, Dolph. All right. First Smart Series is 500. Now it's 700. Yeah. Kinda crazy. Okay, so Arthur has a better start here. Next one's 900. Hopefully, that'd be pretty sick. Yeah. Just go to bed. I think they just, yeah. I think they did. I think they just went to bed. Dude, as soon as Robin wakes up and can just fix all this, because, okay, so you can potentially fix it. It's that when you go to click to like fix it, it won't let you access it. So it's only for like an admin or someone who actually works on Limitless that can completely like manually fix something. So it's unfortunate, but that's why we're just doing it manually. But Absolute Cinema. Yes. All right. Did stream die? No, stream's still here. Ah, stream's still here, bro. What you talking about? Oh, wait, that was weird. Yeah, no, we're still chilling. We're vibing. Engine boy, yeah. This is not good. Down goes the engine. So anyways, this is actually the issue of what happened. For some reason, it got messed up. This actually should have been fixable. And I'm going to talk to Robin about this because it's really stupid that we can't fix it. So it is fixable. However, it can only be fixed by someone who works at Limitless who can click on it. So there's a little button. I actually will probably show you guys after this game. And there's a little button that allows us, or when you're setting up the tournament, that allows you to put how you want the tournament to be ran, right? So what we were able to do was we were able to delete the top 8 round. However, when we then go back to settings to then fix top 16 cut, there's a button that allows us to set up what we want for top 16 cut. It just won't let us click on it. It's grayed out. It won't allow us to fix it. So like someone like Robin, for example, who obviously, you know, runs the website, I think can go back and fix it, right? You know, but we don't have that capability. So is what it is. Zach is kind of sick, yes. I walked away to make dinner for a while, and Elma says we're in top 8. Sarah should be playing Joltek. What? It's a mistake. Ignore it. Limitless broke. So we tried to go to top 16 cut, right? And it didn't allow us to do so. It just completely fractured. Like the website, I don't know. I think something got messed up, which if you click one wrong button in setting up a tournament, especially one that has multiple ASIM rounds, it breaks the whole thing. So we're doing it manually. Should I pin that? Pin what? Yeah. Like what happened? No, it's fine. It's not a big deal. I appreciate it though. I'm glad we're able to fix it to the point of like it's actually like being fine. Like what happened? Yeah. Oh, I just read that. Yeah, it's like fine. So how does Sarah Ledge win here? Do you like, I guess you have to go boss's orders, punch the Fez, and evolve into Sarah Ledge, and then boss's orders, punch the EX. Snipe Varoom. Yeah, they keep sniping the Varoom. There's the bracket for anyone who's interested in keeping up. I appreciate you, Owen. Yo, shout out Owen. Been doing a great job as always, carrying the tournaments. Hopefully this never happens again. It's a shame, as I said, that Limitless won't allow us to click the one button to fix everything. So I'm gonna ask Robin if he can ever like enable that for us, because it's really dumb. I'll show you guys after what I'm talking about. You get Fez here and just Fez. You put you put boss back in and nothing else. I'll beat me to it, yeah. I don't know what is happening. Going too fast. Nah, it's all settled. We fixed it. It's just manual now. So we'll have Robin redo the standings tonight. So I'll just send him the standings and he'll just, I think, drag and do stuff and it'll actually look what it's supposed to look like. Oh, there's Drifloon. Is this enough to KO? Crazy we have a lot more than like Melbourne and Korean League, etc. Yeah, it's true. Or like the Aussie regionals. Yeah, these are bigger than Aussie regionals. It's very true. Very, very true. Necessity from Melbourne, Korean 475, yeah. RIP! Down goes Sarah Ledge. That is very unfortunate. Rest in peace. That too. What about the koala? Yeah, the koalas do make up for it. That's very true. Oh, is this the only Bolt player in cut? Let me see. Oh. I guess if you beat Brent Tonneson in a fist fight, then you win. Dude, Brent didn't. Funny fact, like Brent going into the last Aussie regional, it was brutal because the first one he got top 32, and then the next one he missed day 2 entirely, and then he obviously won a regional. But he was like, dude, he was getting farmed in his home country. It was not good. He was getting cooked up. He didn't even make day 2 at Brisbane, which is like shocking for someone of his like caliber. Yo, Owen, if you're still here, actually, never mind. You can't do it anyways. Chargers already updating bracket. Yes, Gabriel Fernandez won. How do you feel about Joltik versus Bradner Guardian matchup? I saw it favor for Guardian. My friend says favor for Joltik. We knew it's close. Bro, first off, why are you still awake, dude? It's like 2 p.m. or it's like 2 a.m. Or 2 a.m. Secondly, I personally am under the impression the matchup is like 50-50. I think that Bradner Gardevoir does way worse into Joltik than like the old. I can't believe I'm saying it's old. It's not really old, but like the Brent build of the deck with like the Cleffa and you draw a bunch. Grimace trashes Gabriel Fernandez. Yes. I think Owen, yeah, has that too. I think Owen's doing one too, but it's actually good to have two just in case. Yes. I'm ready to go to bed. It's not that late, right? It's only like 10 for you. It's only 10 for me. It's not late at all. I actually have to get up for a doctor's appointment tomorrow, but it's not like an early doctor's appointment, thankfully. That would have been a disaster if it was like a 7 a.m. doctor's appointment, because we're going to be here for another 2 to 4 hours. Josh, are you typically a night owl? Yeah, Josh, if you go to the Discord, you'll see the report thing. Yeah, I think I can embrace now that I work for myself. Oh yeah, hell yeah. Damn, I think Bull cannot knock out the Loke. Yeah, this is kind of rough. This Hoot's too big. It's stuck. What do you do? I mean, I guess you could go tomorrow for work. I work as a math tutor. Going tomorrow for work. Oh, that's fun. That's fun. I have to go get some private tutoring, but it's a good change. Oh yeah, private tutoring is great. You have full control over what you do, right? It's like you can. That's awesome. Good for you, Josh. So then who composed the Area Zero remix that you just played? Yeah, I can check my playlist. Cindery, Cinderey. Just type in Area Zero on Spotify or YouTube and then Cindery, Cindery. I mean, that's basically what I do, but for Pokemon, right? It's like I do that for Pokemon. So like I can just do whatever I want. So like it is harder to manage though than just a regular job, because you have it's like it's harder to plan, in my opinion, if you like work for yourself. Because like with a job, you already know what to expect. It's like, okay, I have to go to work like Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, 9. So like you have to get good at like managing that, and like it can become a little chaotic at times. Game 2 political is the main reason I left. Gotcha. Was I Gabriel for my session for a Pokemon session? Hey, maybe. I mean, I'm going to college soon, so if I ever need help, I'm definitely down to do that. The transition was hard. Yeah, it's hard because you're like, wait, I have so much free time. When you like, it's like when you have free time, you have like, it feels like unlimited time, but like when you don't, it's just, you just feel pressured, and it's like you have so many things you want to do in some situations, but you like don't want to let people down or it's just, it's hard, but it's, you know, enjoyable. Let me know if you need help with any math. Yeah, I gotcha. Appreciate you. So, what does Dragapult actually do here? Like, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I remember I got private tutoring when I was younger for specifically math, because like, yeah, specifically math I got tutoring for. I'm going to finish my credit hours after the summer, so I have all the time in the world, if work permits, of course. Oh, nice. Yeah. I'm gonna be really busy though coming up. I'm planning to go to flight school. I've already been there, like done some stuff there, but and then I'm also going to college. So it's like I have to manage my like in this. Okay, this is one of the benefits of like working at home, is that like when I have a lot of stuff to do, or like when like I can like pretty, I think, easily figure out my schedule, because I will still be playing Pokemon, and like I'll still be going to a ton of events. Like I'm still going to like 15 or 16 events this year. But I'm admittedly kind of excited to have a structure for myself of like, okay, these days I need to do this, these days I'm coaching and doing Pokemon stuff, you know. So that's what I'm excited to do. But it'll be, yeah, figuring out your life is really interesting. That's like one thing that I've learned as I've grown up. Totally see it. Yeah, I need to get like some like blood work done though tomorrow, just to make sure I'm like not dying, which I don't think I am. To be brutally honest, I think I'm fine, but just to make sure, because there's some FAA regulations on things, like, so we'll see. Dropping bombshells on stream. Yeah, it's pretty sick. Pretty cool. I enjoy flying the little planes. On that. They're a lot easier than I initially thought. There's a lot of like technical things and like a lot of like, I don't know, other stuff that go on with it. A lot of little things you have to learn, obviously. So that will take up time, and then I'm just doing online classes for college. Yo, Jet Setter Jose, thank you so much. I appreciate the follow. Welcome to the stream. The search for freedom. It's always the one thing in life that so many people try and figure out, is that search for freedom. It's big. Some people go their whole life chasing it. So if you're ever in a spot where you have something that other people don't have, it's always good to be thankful. I have to land Yeager Airport one day. All that by says on the hardest one. Oh, really? Where is that? Is that in New Jersey? Or not New Jersey, West Virginia? Charleston. Yeah, Charleston, West Virginia. That's what I thought. That's what Microsoft flight simulator is accurate or not. I could try, yeah. I mean, I'd have to get the full setup though. Like using Microsoft like simulator with like your like, don't you need to buy like a whole thing for it? Like simulators have gotten way better. Like at the school that I was at, they were talking about how like the simulators are practically the same or just as good now. You know, as actual things. Like they've gotten so much better, but that's not Microsoft Flight Simulator. That's an actual simulator. Microsoft Flight Simulator is a little different. It's a little more mainstream because you can do whatever you want on. Yeah. Obviously, there's some things you can't do, but yeah, you can do a lot of different things. Find the bear. It's the $1 million question. Yeah. Did find the bear, but do they have KO? This is not good. Does he have the energy? You know, to be fair, Dragon Ball did put up a fight at the end after starting horribly. Oh, there's the Night Stretcher. Down goes Dragapult. And Jake P will be moving into top 8. Now, congratulations to Jake. Let's take a look at what's going on with the... Oh, actually, wait, never mind. That was game 2. Oops. Sorry. I'm trolling. That was game 2. All right, we're hopping into game 3 now. Sorry. So this is Jake versus player 2 is Jake. And the Poltnar is Elmar. Yes, this is Elmar. Thank you, Josh. What the heck just happened? I was literally texting. I was trying to figure out the matches. Oh my gosh. Well, the donk just happened. That's insane. Oh my gosh. Yo, Mac, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Well, Opta first, yeah. I was trying to keep up with the... I've been trying to, like, multi-manage. Yo, I appreciate it, Aldo. Thank you, bro. It's good seeing you, man. Hope you're doing well. If I ever need an extra judge, I'll let you know. I appreciate you, brother. Have you applied to judge any regionals or, I guess, LAIC? Has that even opened for judges yet? Or no? Well, Raging Bolt's moving on to top 8. Limitless pairing bugged? Yeah, limitless pairing is bugged. And we can't fix it, and only Robin can, because it doesn't allow organizers to change the amount of rounds once the tournament starts. However, I believe a limitless admin of the website can, because they run the whole website. There's no way they couldn't. So here, actually, let me show you the problem. So in the creation of the second Smart Series, there was a singular blunder that caused all of this chaos. So let me screen share here. And we'll go right over it. So if we click here, go to edit tournament or dashboard now. Let me fix this. You go here, tournament, share, edit tournament phases. So there's this phase thing. Phase thing is completely fine. Obviously, phase 1, 9 rounds, 30 minutes, check in 5, completely fine. However, this number accidentally, so point requirement, you're like 22, min players 8, this is all completely fine. However, asymmetrical cuts, it says single elimination rounds asim 1 round. So since so many people made top cut in asim, there were supposed to be 2 rounds of asim. There was asim for top 23 or top like 24, and then asim for top 16, right? It's supposed to go asim. It's supposed to get to top 8 as quickly as possible, right? So it would go top, I think it was 23 or top 22, my bad. Yeah, it was top 22, then top 16 asim, and then top 8, right? The issue is that there needs to be 2 rounds of asim. This was only set to 1. Since there were such an obscene amount of people playing an asim cut, it screwed everything up. However, all we would have had to do is delete the top 16 round, go back to the round where things weren't broken, go to here, click rounds 2, and everything's fixed. We would change it to 2, and it would take 5 seconds, and there was no problem with it. However, it doesn't allow us to click on it, unfortunately. It won't let us do this because the tournament has already started, so it locks it, which doesn't make sense because I don't understand why the tournament organizer, who literally runs the entire tournament, cannot adjust how many rounds there are. That seems bizarre. So it can't be fixed mid-tournament, which means if any problems like this ever happen, it literally cannot be fixed, which is the issue. Yes, I appreciate it. Anyone who knows, yeah, it doesn't allow you to fix this, which makes no sense. Because all we would do, I don't know, it's just bizarre. Because I can adjust this, right? Because this technically, I guess, hasn't started. This hasn't started yet, so. But anyways, yeah. That's the whole spiel about the issues that they have. Anyways. So that's the whole problem that happened, is we can't adjust it mid-tournament. Except the admins of Limitless can. So, yep. All right, let's take a look at our next round here. Or not next round. This is still ASIM. But Azul is playing. Yeah, literally suffering from an event being way bigger than initially expected. Are we cooking here? I think we're cooking here. Yeah, Azul just wins. He just bodies the active Leafeon. Yeah, what's your opinion on going first or second versus Bolt? I think I made the correct choice. Do you choose first against Bolt? Because you got donked, right? Well, okay. Versus Turbo Bolt, you always go second. But versus, like, regular Bolt, it's completely reasonable to choose first. I got Turbo Crispin. Yeah, exactly. It's just like, I don't know. I personally like to go second against Bolt, though. That's, like, my thing. It's like, I always just go second. It's, like, safer to do, I think, overall. Like, objectively, the safest thing. You're not going to prize it. That's just Bolt. Yeah. All right. Let's see if we can get Gabriel Fernandez on next. All right, yeah, top 8, I think will be... I'm pretty sure we can get Gabriel on. Okay. All right. Let's see if... I think he said he'd stream. Let's see, he's typing. Okay, he said if he makes finals, we'll get him for finals. Magic was absolutely favored as long as I get to play the game, which just didn't really happen game 2 and not at all game 3. Yeah. All right. So we have top 8 starting here very shortly. So let's take a look here at what the situation is for top cut. All right, so we have Arthur lost to Gabriel Fernandez. Gabriel Fernandez advances to top 4, and it's Keelan versus Matt. Matt is on Joltik Box. Azul is moving into top 8 against Jake. Oswaldo Estrada got the no-show against Chrono, and then Joel did defeat Zelmore here. So we know 5 of the top 8s. We have Grimace Trash, Oswaldo, Azul, Jake, and Joel. So that is currently what we have so far at the moment. Obviously, 2 titans of the Pokemon TCG, Azul and Gabriel Fernandez, are in top 8. So that's really cool to see. It's very cool to see them competing and doing exceptionally well. So very, very cool. Excited to see what ends up happening. But anyways, hope everyone's night's going well. We're about to start top 8. Just waiting on a few more rounds to finish up here. Hoping that Gabriel makes finals so we have him to cast over. Also, we'll probably turn it into a YouTube video as well. So that'd be pretty cool. Good excuse for content. All right. Looks like we have our top 8 match here. We're just going to be watching... Watch Azul's game. Mr. Big Blue TCG. See how this one goes. Have we played Sarah Lodge with Rotom and Ditto's versions? No. What Rotom are you talking about? All right, so hopping into Azul's turn, he has Brox. You can very easily just go Brox for Charmander. Ultra Ball for Cleffa. Go into Cleffa, and then Cleffa for a lot. Yeah, you probably do that. You could also get Zard and Pidgey too. Or Charmander Pidgey. Oh, you're just going Cleffa. I mean, this is fine. It doesn't matter how you sequence this. So, like, if you get Cleffa... Wait, what happened to Azul's stream? Yes, it's broken. Yeah, it's broken. Wait, did Azul's stream get bodied? What happened? Dude, what happened to his stream? What the heck? Refresh it? Dude, what? I think someone said dude, what is happening? There we go. All right, he's back. Yeah, the play that I said happened. However, it doesn't work very well because we didn't draw into anything good here. All right. Gabe says he is going to stream top 8 now. So we're going to get to watch Gabriel Fernandez. All right, great. We actually have a different match. I bet some people want to watch this potentially. Because people have already been watching Azul. What round are we in? I heard Limitless is bugged. Limitless is broken. Yes. And we don't have... Robin, I think, is still asleep. And... Crazy development. Jake passed. What do you mean? Like he died? Oh, he passed in the game. Okay. I was like, what are you... Azul's game past turn. Yeah, I was about... All right, here we got the senior world champion has won 7 of the 8 events I think they've been to. Gabriel Fernandez. Gabriel is playing Gardevoir, has had a pretty good run here in top 8. No surprise seeing them here. That is for sure. No surprise. Sharing in the Discord the good old-fashioned way. Jake Burster and discard 3 Sadas. So, Cash, what happened? I'll explain to you because you probably, you know, you've dealt with stuff like tech stuff, right? With, you know, like running tournaments. Yeah, because you've ran a few tournaments, right? But anyways, on Limitless, let's just say having 700 people in 2 ASIM rounds is sometimes a little annoying to set up. But the problem with Limitless is once you start a tournament, even the organizer cannot fix sometimes the rounds. It grays out things that you can do. Only, I guess, Robin can fix certain things. So when the game crashed, or not the game, when the thing was broken, all we had to do was change the amount of ASIM rounds to 1 to 2 because it went top 22, top 16, top 16, top 8, and so on and so forth, right? So what ended up happening was we accidentally put 1 round for ASIM, which means it would be ASIM top 22, then take the top ranked players from the top 16 left, so only 8 of the 16 would go in, right? Doesn't make any sense. But how you fix that is you just go into Limitless and you click rounds and change it to 2, and it completely fixes it. Because you can go back a round, you just can't adjust the settings for the future rounds, which does not make sense. So it didn't allow us to fix it. Hopefully that link is not expired. It was? I got you. I need to set up an infinite link, one that just works forever. One of Limitless works? Oh, wonderful. Dude, you should make graphics for these events. If they're getting 750 players, I feel like you should make them for PokeStats. Like, these are bigger than regionals in, like, EU and Australia. Yes, I will give you the actual standings after the tournament if you need help. I'm going to ask if Robin can manually do it. I'm going to ask if he can just manually fix everything. If it's possible for him. Fun tourney. Yeah, I appreciate it. Did you win your last round, Logan? we figure out seeing how top it goes. Yeah, if you join the Discord, which I think you already did, you can check the bracket in the top 16 chat. Owen posted it, and you can just follow along as it updates. Oh, you lost. Sorry. It's tough. I think, what is Gabriel's record? What is Gabriel's record? Let me just take a look. Gabriel won top 16, so he's 9-1-1. Gabriel is a 9-1-1. And then his opponents is also 9-1-1. All right, we have, there we go. You think 700 should be fine since there are other events doing 1,000 plus? Yeah, well, yeah, I think that the Limitless wasn't set up to do double asim round, and it just died. I need to talk to Robin about allowing me to actually manually fix anything if something goes wrong, because it just grays out too many things that it like blocks you from fixing some things. But yeah, I expect next week. I think I'm gonna run another one next week, and if I might, and hopefully it gets 1,000 because Black Bolt White Flare will be legal. So. Yo, Evil James, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. It's kind of fine for Gabriel. I mean, there's a Iron Hands stuck in the active spot, so Latias needs to come down here. Oh, Cash, I wanted to ask you, how was Northern California? The best. It is. It is amazing. I love living here. It's really cool because, like, one unique thing about NorCal, for anyone who doesn't know, is that you can go 30 minutes one way and it's 100 degrees, and then 30 minutes the other way and it's 60 and cloudy. It's pretty cool, actually. Move there. King of NorCal is great, yeah. I like NorCal more than SoCal. I don't know. Like, SoCal is just so, like, industrialized with, like, LA, and so, I don't know. That's what happened to me. Yeah, exactly. It's like you go to Sacramento, it's 105 degrees, and then if you go, like, an hour the other way, you know, like, west, you get to, like, Vallejo and that area, it's, like, cold. It gets, like, really cold. It's kind of cool, actually. You can always beat the heat if you want. Took a train from Sacramento, it was super hot, and then reached Millbrae, and it was cold. Yeah, yeah. Did you take the Amtrak? The Amtrak from downtown Sacramento, or near downtown Sacramento. Logically correct, but all the people down there don't want to hear it. I don't know. I don't like SoCal very much. Like, LA just, like, is eh. Okay, there are two places in SoCal I like. I like San Diego, and I like Irvine and Anaheim. Like, that area is nice. Amtrak into BART. Yep, that's the usual. Yeah, Sac Valley to Embryville. Yes. I've taken that ride many times. Sometimes when, like, I don't want to drive to the airport, I'll just take the train and just go Sac to Embryville, and then just, like, Embryville, just, like, Uber from Embryville to SFO. Or BART, either or, but I wish I didn't work on Monday all the time. I love to enter one of these. Yeah. It's like hard to find a time that works for everyone. But you just got home from work? Dang. LA is big and way too crowded. Well, yeah. Like that's why I like Irvine and Anaheim more. Like Gabe Fernandez? It is. It's Gabriel Fernandez. Yeah, Gabriel Fernandez is in top 8 right now playing Gardevoir. We're going up against Joltik Box right now. Yeah, after traveling like so many places, it's just like it's just hard to beat Cali. Like obviously has its issues, but you know. Spangardi, he is, yeah. Oh, should I have time to go to some locals when I was there? Just had no free time. Dude, you were like 10 minutes away from me at one point. You should have texted me. Literally. When you were in Folsom, you were right there. I can walk to Folsom. Yeah. I'm in El Dorado Hills, which is right next to Folsom. Yeah. After going to Orlando, New Orleans, and Vancouver last season, I think the only other place I really liked as much was Vancouver. Yeah, Vancouver's great. My cousin told me to try Dave's Chicken, so we had to. How was it? Did you like it? Yeah. Wait, how's that considered hot, dude? You live in Singapore. They have so much spice there. But too big. I mean, that's all of America, though, right? I took like the middle spicy option. I forgot which one. Oh, gotcha. You know, one thing that I like to do actually, chat, is when I travel, I like to try their McDonald's. Not for like I love McDonald's. Like I don't love McDonald's. Like it's good, but like I like just seeing the difference of the culture and like what they make. Like I remember trying McDonald's in like Poland, Japan, obviously America. I think I've been to one in Canada. Could be wrong. I've been to one in Brazil too. It's like interesting to like try American things in other countries because you get an idea of what they actually think of our food and stuff. That's like one thing I kind of noticed, which was kind of cool. Nice every places. Yeah, dude, you got to do it. Yeah, I've done it in, like in Australia too, and yeah, dude, you got to do it, 100%. I got my own Tiriosa Max. Dude, we got to do one together. We might have been to different locations, but I can give you my honest opinion. And I'll tell you, US Max is not on the top. Japan's is really good. Japan's like very, very good. Poland's was good too. Poland's was actually quite good. They had some interesting things on there though. Japan, Singapore, Malaysia, Canada, US, Thailand, and all the way below is UK. Yeah. I don't know. I just can't get into UK food. Like, this might be a controversial like take, and I might piss some people off, but like, I just haven't found like a UK place that I'm like, okay, this is amazing. Like, I can't do the breakfasts. That's the one thing. I just can't do breakfast. Like, it's fine. Like, some of the UK stuff is fine, but top 8. We're still in top 8. It's just hard to what's the word? It's like, I don't know. Like I'm just not a big fan of beans and like bread on bread, and it's just like I like their hash browns, and their eggs are fine. A bit confused why Limitless Tourney is stuck on ASIM. The thing broke. Just ignore it. There's an issue with Limitless. So we're doing cut manually. Beans on toast. I don't get it. Is there anyone in this chat that's either from Australia or from the United Kingdom and can give me, there's got to be one, and can give me a rundown on why beans on toast is good? Thank you. I appreciate it, Mike. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you. Wasn't counting the beans. Yeah. Like at rate, just use a tortilla or bolillo. Ever had Vegemite? That's a great question. I don't think I have, but actually, no, I might have. Yes. It's incredibly salty and like, isn't it like a little salty and like, it's like super salty, right? Beans on toast aren't it for me. I don't know. Yeah, I just can't do it, man. I agree. Like, I don't dislike beans and I don't dislike toast, but it's like I'd rather have a waffle or like sausage or, you know, bacon. Oh, the bacon. Okay, this is actually a big thing. That is the, like, the fact that, oh my god, they, like, the UK ruined bacon. It's like ham almost, and I can't do it. I'm just like, it's like fine, I might have a tiny bite of it, but I'm just like, it's not Canadian bacon and it's not like Americanized bacon, right? It's just like ham, or not ham. Yeah, isn't it ham? But you might as well. It's like this weird like texture that like the UK ham where you have to like rip it, like it's just hard to, I don't know. It's not easy to eat. It's not like crusty and stuff. I don't know. Which I like that part, you know, so. But that's just me personally. Gabriel's going to town in this game. Kai, wait, the secret to Vegemite is butter and it's only really good on toast exclusively. All right, Kai, when I come back to Aussie, you have to give me the rundown. Pineapple on pizza, yay or nay? Ooh, that's a controversial one. Pineapple on pizza, yes or no? I'm going to say yes because I don't dislike pineapple and I don't dislike pizza. I'll say this. I wouldn't eat pineapple pizza unless like it was the only pizza available, but I wouldn't mind eating pineapple pizza. You know what I'm saying? It's like I don't dislike pineapple pizza. It's just not my first, second, third. It's not even like my 20th, I guess, like style of pizza choice, right? But I don't dislike it, and I don't disagree on anyone who puts it on. It's just not in my top 20. Because I just, okay, so like my thing about like pizza is that if you, because like pizza's like savory, right? And if you add in like a sugary thing, it messes with me. I don't dislike it, as I said, but like I don't know how I feel about it. It's like questionable, you know? It's kind of sus. I think that's the best word to use. It's kind of sus. Hawaiian pizza is very mid for sure, not as bad as people say. Exactly. It's not like the worst thing in the world, which some people make it up to be. people literally act so like people literally act that like Hawaiian pizza like burned down their like home, took their family into hostage. Like that's how people react with, you know, pineapple pizza. And I think it's just a little too serious. And good, I definitely or pepperoni. Yeah, 100%. I would do any of those. You could do any of those. You could do like, I mean, I'm a big olive fan. I love olives, so that's like my thing. It's like cheese and olives, which is incredibly basic. But I don't eat pizza very much, but if I do, it's usually that. Oh, and yeah, there's the concession. All right, Gabriel takes game number 1 here. Dub goes to Gabriel. Supreme 2? Yeah. It's not bad. You know, another controversial food is mushrooms. Some people love mushrooms. Some people hate mushrooms. That's also one that I hear a lot of the time is like, people are very passionate about that. Some people think they're amazing. Some people think they're horrible. All right, hopping into game number 2 here. Looks like Gabriel did get a mulligan. Couple of psychic energies. Would have been nice to have this as a starting hand, as this hand was broken. Any hand that can get multiple energies into the discard pile and potentially multiple routes is very good. So we'll see what Gabriel's able to do here. It looks like they do start Drifloon. Honestly, this hand is fine. I mean, you have access to Secret Box here, so you can Ultra Ball away those psychic energies. Actually, you don't even need to Ultra Ball. You can just Arven here for Secret Box and get going. On the next turn. Oh, you can't do it this turn. Yeah, you have to Ultra Ball now. But another thing you can do, whoa, is that you could potentially turn to Candy Gardevoir here and just punch anything in the active spot. Now, this is entirely determined on what Blue Bronco actually wants to do here, but Gabriel in this situation could go for that play. I want to ask Gabriel what he thinks about the Bruno Mars Brazil song. Oh, is there a Bruno Mars Brazil song? I had a cup the other day playing Guardian Mirror and I had 5 psychic energy in the discard turn 1. I won twice with that. They got nothing. Why not? Yeah, why not? I agree. Discard, I got 5. Do you like when you get 3 or 4 energy in the discard pile turn 1 or turn 2 with this deck? So good. Kai said, mushrooms don't usually have a strong flavor, so it must be texture or maybe subconscious bias, as early humans were probably really wary of mushrooms. Who won game 1? Gabriel won game 1. Let's actually just change this. This might just be better. Let's change this to 1. Ew. Yoto game 1, yeah. You know, I don't know. Some mushrooms have flavor, but I've never been a fan of them. It's just like they're fine. Like again, if that's like, I don't know. I feel like for me, like most foods I'll eat, like pretty much anything, unless it's like not like if it's like raw, and it's not supposed to be, or it's like old. Put in parentheses. Yeah, good. Very true. Very, very true. They just kind of exist. There's like a lot of things that just exist. You be good? I had a yes, you're fine. Thank you. Owen's got taken care of. I appreciate it. Good night, Josh. Sleep well, bud. Appreciate you. Do they have the switch? There is the Crispin turn 1. So we're going to see a jolting charge here, which is huge. This is not what they got last game. Their last game start was much weaker. Now, the big question is what are you jolting charging onto? If you're afraid of Gardevoir, maybe there's an argument to put one on Pikachu. However, in this situation, I'm putting on sleeve brand drama on Twitter. The opinion on sleeve brand drama on Twitter. That is a question that I guess I will answer. So I'll give you 2 answers. Well, actually, what specifically? What sleeve brand? Like, what's 2 Meadows already gone as wild? Yeah, 2 Meadows brutal. Like, and now that Gabriel knows this, Gabriel could make a play where he just punches with Gardevoir and says, all right, you can't kill it. I'm trying to figure out how the most appropriate. I like trying to answer every question. The most appropriate way that I can say, this is what I will say. There is a difference between being like, regardless of your political beliefs, like on what side you stand on, I am friends with people on both sides. However, when you enter the side of being a dickhead and a non-enjoyable person to be around, then I take issue. And that goes both ways. That's what I'll say. Now, if you want the answer on actual sleeve quality, I have tried almost every sleeve available, probably out of the big ones. And I will personally stand by FCBC and Dragon Shields as being my preferred ones of choice. If I run out of FCBCs from my sponsor, for example, I will use Dragon Shield. Now, I'm also under the impression that some colors of sleeves have different qualities about them. For example, I would never use Dragon Shield silvers. Those things are awful. Or like the brown ones. No. I won't touch those. Same thing as I won't touch, FCBC white sleeves. I personally don't like them, but I love pretty much all the other colors, right? But I will say this. I will pay more money for a company that I believe in. Yes, it is incredibly foolish to promote like your political opinions like if you're trying to start a business, because you're gonna piss off someone, right? It's like you never see a Zool, let's say, posting their political opinions, things like that. I will only say something if you're just being a dickhead. I've said that a million times. I don't care what you are, who you are, what you believe in, but if you're being an asshole, I will call you an asshole. It's that simple. And I think that's how people should live their life. Right? There's no winner at all if you have someone not agree with you. Exactly. It's like, you know, like, yeah, that's exactly the truth. It's like there's no winner in these conversations. And like social media and Pokemon drama already itself is a cesspool of misinformation and just things that are not, I don't know. Trying to sound the opposite of PG Avengers. I mean, like, I don't know. Like, I was like, as someone who does this as my full-time job, it's like there's like so much, like, I like look at things even if I don't agree with it and be like, dang, like I don't know if this is gonna be worth your money, you know. I think in life you should be nice to people, and as long as they're not hurting other people, cool, leave them alone. Regardless of what they believe in, if they're quiet and they don't hurt anyone, then cool. It's when you breach that. I said on either side. It's when you breach that, you just piss people off. It's just how life is, right? There's a time and place for everything. I think that's one big thing in life that I've like learned. Another thing is perspective too. Like understanding perspective is very valuable. Like that's actually one thing that I have personally learned through my life of like traveling the world and being put in just in general unoptimal situations that I've had to work like through in my life. Understanding perspective of what other people think is incredibly important when it comes to growing as a person. And that is something that I personally have had to do, and plenty of other people in life, you know, need to do to become a more complete person. Another thing too is that a lot of this community do not have full frontal lobes yet. They are young. They are 18, 19, 20-year-olds, you know, immature. So people make poor decisions in life. So understanding that is always something that's important. The focus should be how are the quality, prices, production you see on the sleeves now that everything's. Go focus on that 1000%. Again, I will purchase things that I believe in. Like if I truly believe in like for example, I truly believe in FCBC Armor. Like I truly believe in their company, who Brian is, who owns the company as well. Awesome guy. I mean, if you see him at Worlds, great. He'll probably have some FCBC stuff on, right? So like I support him for multiple different reasons. Same things like the same thing like with Toys Terminal as well. Shout out Toys Terminal also for sponsoring the tournament. I appreciate it. Adding a third of the prize pool. Turning glitch on Limitless? Yes, it is. It's glitched on Limitless. A big thing that like you should like people like can do is like you want to truly like support what you believe in, right? Top of rating last season, it sent me sleeves to sample, so I bought more. Exactly. That is why I believe in Brian as a human being and a business owner. And I've gotten a chance to go to his store, Rose Poke in Ohio, east of Cleveland, and I've gotten to see how he manages things. And I was like, yeah, that's what I believe in. If I'm going down with the ship ever, it's with him, you know. And that's how you have to, you know, like even like when it comes to jobs, it's like You want to be in a job that you believe in. What exactly is Toys Terminal? Toys Terminal is a card store that exists in Singapore. They just sponsor players not to profit off them, but because they're retired and they own a card store there. They're wonderful people. And their son plays in juniors. So if you're ever in Singapore, check them out. It was really cool to go there. Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing is like the willingness to try new things and trying other brands and stuff. Yeah, like it's like I wouldn't choose to be sponsored by someone like if I didn't believe in them, right? So that's always like one thing is like never sell out in life. Being authentic is huge. I like dual specs, but they are too hard to obtain. Well, that's an issue with katanas too. Katanas aren't very easy to contain too, or to obtain for a lot of people as well. Online going to have decent black bolt white flare allocations because my LGS said theirs was super slim. I'll check. I don't think they'll have. I don't think like the problem is like Toys will sell out their inventory like almost instantly. So like I don't think they'd ship to America for that purpose too. It's like because they're gonna sell out everything there anyways. Buy product online. I check USG maybe. Brian gave me cards I was missing for the 5K for free. It was pretty lit. Yes. And it's like that's someone I believe in. All right. It's like that, you know, the willingness to help other people and give people something. All right. And it's like if I just being a good human being and not trying to maximize profits. Because there's so, and this is also the same thing like with Tabletop Village as well. Tabletop is great at doing this, where they're just good people to like run the event. Pretty nice too. Yeah. FCP armors are great. Yeah. I personally like the sleeves. I wouldn't use them if I didn't like them. I like them. What are your thoughts on Power Glass and Joltik box? It's not bad. It's specifically really good against decks like Golden Go, but I don't think you need it. Azul is down, chat. Azul is down. We've lost our hero. It's all up to Gabriel now of the big names. But doesn't mean we'll be able to watch top 4 or top 8 actually coming up. We have Raging Bolt. All right, what are they gonna do here? It's kind of tough. Did the Bombzard make cut? Thoughts on the deck? It did make top cut, yes. I run Magneton EXP share over Clefairy and Joltik. I just take a bigger out of Bolt, but I feel like it's far more consistent. I don't hate Magneton. I've tried Magneton before. EXP share is not bad too. Yeah. Like 4 or 5 AM for Gabriel? Nah, it's fine, dude. This is all he does. Oh no, Gabriel is going to not be able to play in 3 online events tomorrow, chat. He's only going to be able to play in 2 because he stayed up too late. What an absolute tragedy. What a tragedy. Gabriel has had to stay up too late, which means he's only going to play in 2 online events tomorrow and win one of them. Life is incredibly difficult for Mr. Fernandez. Yo, Azul, thanks for the raid. I appreciate you guys. What's up, everyone? Shout out to Azul. Sorry about the confusion in top cuts. glad we were able to get that all figured out. Currently, we are watching Gabriel Fernandez up against Blue Bronco. Currently, Gabriel does have a 1-0 lead right now over, over that. Yo, Chaos Bar, or Chaos Bear, B-Rage as well. Thank you so much for the follows. I appreciate it. Congrats, Azul, for getting top 16, was it, right? Is this match timed? No. No timer on the match. Gabriel did win game 1 and is close to winning game 2 right now. It's looking quite difficult for Blue Bronco to win. Gabriel was able to get turn 2 Rare Candy Gardevoir in this matchup, which was a huge swing in the favor of Gabriel, because Gabriel went first. So he was able to get it out very, very quickly and was in a pretty good spot. So things are looking good. But anyways, yeah, thanks for all the follows. I appreciate it. Hope you guys all had a great time over on Big Blue's stream. And yeah, we'll see what ends up happening here. I think that just waiting to see what they do here. Oh, there's Prime Catcher. This doesn't get them closer, though. I mean, you can Prime... I guess your only play is Prime Catcher Pheasantipity and punch the Fez. That's probably your best play here. Because if you KO the Pheasantipity, you put yourself in a situation where... Actually, do you? Yeah, you could go retreat next turn, attach light energy, and oh, this doesn't work though because there's the Bravery Charm on mute. Yeah, this doesn't feel great, especially because Blue Bronco does not play Switch. He can't go Switch Boss and hit for 240, unfortunately. And Galvantula, since it does not have a Vitality Band, only maxes out at 180, which means that it's not able to KO the Clefairy. So Gabriel should be safe here. All he really needs to do is a couple options. He can just punch into the bear here with a Gardevoir EX, or even hit with Clefairy, knowing what is left. But is one boss, one CC good in Drifloon build? I've enjoyed that split for Grim and Mirror. I personally like to counter catcher over the 1-1 split of boss's orders, but that's just my opinion. I'm not a huge fan of boss, but that's just me. But anyways, yeah, Gabriel recognizes it. You can also just Scream Tail. You have so many ways to win this game. You can just punch the active here for 250 and then just Scream Tail the next turn. Is it laggy? Yes. Gabriel's stream is a little bit laggy, unfortunately. He lives in Brazil and lives quite far away from the Discord servers that we're on. So watching Gabriel's games are usually laggy, unfortunately. Seems all right. Yeah, you can just... Is this enough for game? Oh, wait. Yeah, no, he says game. He can hit for 180 on the Mew. Yeah. I didn't see the Bravery Charm because I was lagging. Yeah, no, he actually has game multiple different ways. He could also just put 20 damage onto the bench Gardevoir and then just monkey it over. He doesn't even need Bravery Charm. So, yeah, that's the W for Mr. Gabriel Fernandez. Moving on. Now, actually, Gabriel moves on to top 4. So, Gabriel is moving on to top 4 here in the Smart Series. Some people are playing out their matches as they, come. So, some are in top 8, some are moving on to top 4. So, all right. That was Gabriel. All right, let's hop. Let's see. Do we have other matches available here? Let's take a look. What do we got? What happened in Azul's game? Is that matchup just not very good? Or... yeah, definitely the best senior we've seen. All right. Who is up next? We got Jake, who's 811 with bolts. Are they even still streaming though? Let's see. They are. All right. Top 4 is Gabriel Fernandez versus Tomadi Konaji and Jake PTCG, who just took down Azul versus Joel. So we're hopping into the next round here. We have top 4. All these players in top 4 have already locked up cash for the tournaments. What we will be doing for the future as well, for anyone who's interested in playing, thinking about running an event next week, but if you're interested in competing, they will be starting at 3:30 p.m. PST, 6:30 p.m. EST. We're probably going to do something where there might be just a phase 2 into Top Cut, just to make it a little bit more smooth. Potentially, we're looking at ways to make the tournament run even smoother. So we'll look to do that. But anyways, hopping into top 4. Can you pin the challenge link? Yes, I can. We will have Owen do that. Let's see. Let's hop into it here. Let me know any feedback on Oliver's, brother. I'll fix them out if you need it. I appreciate it. Thanks for running this game. I had a great time and super happy we made it. Yeah, congratulations on top 8. Appreciate you guys. All right, let's hop over to top 4. We have Jake, who is playing Raging Bolt. We've watched them multiple times. They've had a fantastic run this tournament. There is the challenge link. If you're interested in keeping up with top 16 of the Smart Series, check that out. Let's see. We got Jake here at 10-1-1. Ready for the W? Yeah, shout out Owen. Owen's been working this event. He's been the judge this tournament. So shout him out. Yeah, shout out for them. All right. Action here is on the bolts. This is Bolt Mirror, right? Wait, no, this is Flare. Is this Flare on our Bolt? What deck is the opponent playing? Joel. I think it's Bolt, right? One interesting thing as well, with this build of Raging Bolt, normally Raging Bolt Noctiles do not play Badu. We saw Badu start seeing play in the Turbo Raging Bolt after Turbo Raging Bolt was able to win the most recent Japan National Championships. However, seeing Badu in the Noctile variant has not been something that we've seen recently. So a pretty cool innovation here from Jake to decide to play the Badu in this package too. So we'll see what they end up doing. Here is the Area 0 coming out. Looks like, yeah, going to be a Bolt Mirror match here. We see Nestball Squawkabilly as well. Smartly, though, Jake has created an entire board state of all one prizers. This makes it very, very difficult for Joel here to actually do anything meaningful, because now, since there's multiple 2 prizers on the bench, what Jake can do is then Jake can just completely flood his board. He can bench Ogre Pawns, any liability he wants, and begin the 2-2-2 prize trade. So Yep, there's the using the Iono here. So it makes that hand a little bit potentially shakier. And whoa, that's a horrible hand. Joel didn't likely have the same luxury. Exactly, right? You know, sometimes you aren't able to do that. Yeah, sometimes you just can't do that. Did Azul drop from cut or lose? He lost. Azul is down. All right, so back on Jake now. All right, there's Energy and Raging Bolt. You got to find Prime Catcher. There's just no Prime, though. Yeah, you don't even boss here. There's no point to burn boss. There's no point to burn the boss here. Yeah. This feels rough here. There is the Teal Mass Ogerpon. Ogerpon being used here, that Teal Dance. Now at this point, if you are Joel, you completely expand the board. Your liabilities don't matter anymore at this point, because as long as you go up 2 prize cards, it does not matter what you have on the board. So it's very, very important. Did I have Assault landed the Hoot against Jake? Yeah, you could have potentially. Yeah, Assault landed the Hoot probably was your best bet. I mean, no, but he didn't have energy though. Did he oh yeah, but he chose to attach to Raging Bolt, which was probably not correct. That's like the issue here, right? That's why he looks tilted. He realized, yeah, because like if you KO Hoodoo, you could potentially fall behind, but it like actually like restabilize the board state over time, and then potentially brick the Raging Bolt player at some point, just because there's no Noctowl on board. So definitely an unfortunate scenario. Yeah, definitely unfortunate. All right. Yeah, there's the energy onto the Raging Bolts. Now at this point, what do you even do? 1 second, just having my screen adjusted. Yeah, this is rough here. I mean, now he's just down to even less. Like, what do you do here as Jake? Like, there's the Noctowl. Doesn't do anything though. This doesn't fix the issue that we've had. This doesn't fix anything. Like, you can burst roar, but then you fall behind, like, even more. And then I think it's just a go next. I don't think there's really anything you can do at this point. Yeah, I think this is a go next. Wish you guys played in this tourney, but I had to work all day. So yeah, sorry about that. Unfortunate. So, what do you do here? Go Raging Bolt, punch, KO. Like, it's not cooking. Not cooking for sure. Yeah, we're using that vessel here. They could take my shift, but nobody could. Yeah. You can take 2 with Iron Laser, then what? War bracket? It's pinned. Check the Twitch. It's pinned. It literally should be pinned right there. Does it not show up as pinned? Pin comment? Yeah, it's right there. Yeah, so there's the punch KO on the Raging Bolt going down to 4, but it just, unless Joel just completely bricks here, it's looking pretty good. Or yeah, it's looking, yeah, pretty good for Joel. Yeah, of course. That's where you can find the updated stuff. We had an issue with Limitless where the client just did not allow us to fix a problem because it doesn't allow organizers to fix something. It like grayed it out. So I think only Robin can fix it, which is kind of bizarre that the organizer of a tournament cannot fix a problem, but it literally has the button to fix it, but it's grayed out, and we couldn't figure out how to ungray it out, so it just got stuck, which is kind of stupid. So I need to talk to Robin about it, about fixing this issue. But predict Guardy will win the tournament. I think Gardevoir has a very good chance of winning the tournament based off the metagame. Gabriel Fernandez will be streaming finals for us if he makes it. So we will have a guaranteed match in finals to watch, which is exciting, as this is top 4 currently of the Smart Series. Over 730 competitors today. I believe exactly 740 registered. So pretty good. Also, chat, if you see anything moving around, my editor is actually on my computer, and he's editing things. So if you ever see like a screen move a little bit, it's not me. These other bugs are seeking into Limitless. Yeah, exactly, right? Well, the silly thing is that we knew the button to fix the thing. So we accidentally, or it was, I think with so many players, it was set to 1 ASIM round for some reason when it should have been 2, and it should allow us to fix it, but it grayed out the change like to like add a second ASIM round, but Limitless can do it apparently. Oh. Yeah, PTCG L bugs are infiltrating our tournament series. Platos Gabe's editor is his cat and he's walking on the keyboard. Yo, no leaks, man. Why are you leaking? How did you know I have a cat? That's actually something I want. I do want a cat at some point. Because they're like easy. Yeah, one of the cool things about technology is you can be on someone's computer but not actually be there. But anyways, yeah, there's just not much you can do. Like, you can KO the active here, but you just get respawn nuked. It's just, 7 cards left, a 30 card hand. It's just like very, very bad. So it's looking like here, Joel will be taking game 1, because one of the problems with Raging Bolt is when you do fall behind, your win cons involve not using hand disruption cards because you oftentimes need to Sawdust to actually attack. So you create this really bad situation where if like to attack you have to Sawdust, but that means you're not Ionoing. And a lot of these lists are cutting Blood Moon Ursaluna, and some are cutting Iono as well because they don't come up all the time. Blood Moon is necessary in Bolt. I like Blood Moon. I think Blood Moon comes up a lot because it actually gives you an opportunity to win games by bricking your opponent off like a late game YOLO Iono, right? And that's something that Raging Bolt really struggled with quite a bit, was it didn't have really consistent capabilities of making legitimate comeback options. Let me just adjust this here quickly. Would you keep Iono and Blood Moon and Owlless Bolt? You have more deck space? Probably not. I think your entire goal of Owlless Bolt is just to like YOLO and just one-shot them as quickly as possible and hope that that fixes your prize trade. Just a small correction. Cats are more hands off. They're not easy. I have 10. That's fair. You would know more than myself. I guess I was comparing them to dogs. Yeah. Also 10, that's impressive. That's very impressive. Ten is a lot. Bolt is one of the few decks I can play Blood Moon without having to worry about starting it due to Ladia. So many basics, it's unlikely to force. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like Bolt's a deck that doesn't get hurt by starting it. Like that's actually a big reason why Grimmsnarl doesn't play the Ursaluna all the time. Like Grimmsnarl, like playing Ursaluna and Grimmsnarl is broken. But the problem is you insta lose when you start it, which is why I think, you know, Air Balloon's going to help it quite a bit. So 10 proves they are less work though, because nobody can have 10 dogs. This is fair unless you own like a farm. Essentially, if you have a farm, you can probably have a dog. Like you can fit 10 cats into like a normal 2-story house, but like fitting 10 dogs, I don't know if you can do that. I've started using Petra and EX in Grim. It fixes the Guardy Confusion play, auto wins 2 control decks. That's interesting. And always allows you to start Blood Moon with auto losing. Yeah. Yep, here is the energy here. Should just see Sawdust. If they don't have Sawdust, though, they technically don't. Yeah, there's the energy retrieval. That's up to 2-3 energies. He needs 1 more, though. I feel like if we had the Sawdust, we would have maybe slammed it down. Jake's making that face that, oh, maybe he missed. Is there the lightning energy? Yeah. There's the... Yeah, there's the energy. There we go. Then we would take that KO. For a split second there, I was like, did they mess this up or did they not have it? But anyways, Joel is able to take game number 1 of the Raging Bolt mirror match. Now, they're both playing Noctowl, which means it's typically very important to go first, which means that Joel has that advantage where Joel's not going to be able to go first in this game. However, in game 3, if it ever reaches that point, he's going to have that option. So it becomes very, very big for Joel to have this 1-game advantage, especially in a 50-50 where winning that coin flip is just so important. Cats are less room, yes, but 10 cats, you have at most 2 cats, 2 cats to 1 litter box. So we should have 5 boxes here. We don't have the rooms to deal with them being prissy and using the restroom elsewhere, so more cleanup. That's like having like, yeah, that's like having kids. You have like so much to deal with. I mean, like, yeah, like you have 10 cats. Like, that's like a full-on like family, literally. That's impressive. Can I get yo sleep well? Sleep well, sleep well. All right, hopping into game 2. Jake does decide to go first, and a pretty important top deck. His board state was not looking good at all here if he did not find that. This fixes some things, but doesn't fix them all, because you can get yourself the Ogre Pawn on the board and you have Noctowl, but you only have one Noctowl in this situation, which doesn't feel good. Yeah, there's the attachment. I think going for Baby Bolt is fine. What you can do is you can Nest Ball here for that Ogre Pawn. If you play Squawk, you could also go for Squawk. However, you're burning a lot of resources, and that causes issues. So I hate this mirror. If your opponent doesn't bench two prizers, does playing a 1 prizer game ever make sense? That's a good question. It kind of depends. What do you like if they don't bench 2 prizers, you need to try and not bench 2 prizers. That's like the big thing, is like it becomes this weird game where like both players are kind of playing chicken, and they're not actually trying to like, you know, put down anything big. So it's like, okay, do you draw Crispin? Do you draw Crispin? Do you draw Sadas? And it creates this weird spot if both players know how to play, because whoever takes the first 1 prizer with an all 1 prize board state is typically favored, because they always go down to 4 prizes and they go 4 to 2 to 0, whereas the opponent who's on odd prizes goes 5 to 3 to 1, and they'll always lose that prize trade. So sometimes when you fall behind as well as a Raging Bolt player, you have to like implement a Baby Bolt and just keep Baby Bolt punching when you know they have to snipe around and take 2 prize knockout. So yeah, but we do see the ditto here. This mirror still sounds miserable. Whoever can 2-2, it is miserable in some senses. However, it can get a little bit interesting if both players play Iono and Blood Moon, because then you have legitimate comeback options, or if both players stick to an all 1 prize board state. Now, the problem here that Jake's running into is that I don't think that this Fan Rotom is going to be doing very much threatening, you know, like, I guess, like, really anything. So if Jake was just able to take a 2 prize knockout here, he'd be in a great spot. However, his hand is not very conducive to doing that. I love how Gabe's webcam is moving with his hands not being on his mouse. It's magic. It's magic. Everything is moving. Yes, yes. Who is moving my screen, though? That is the $1 million question. Yo, Mateo, thanks for the follow. Thanks for all the follows. I appreciate it. Thanks for the subs as well. All the support, everything. Hope you guys have had a great tournament experience. I know many of you are coming over from Azul. Hope that was a great stream. We are currently watching top 4 right now between Jake and Joel. Both players 10-1-1, fighting it out. It does seem like a miserable mirror since it's basically 2 beat stack decks smacking each other. For sure. Like, it's definitely a mirror that is annoying to play, but there are some interesting spots that can pop up. For example, we're about to watch a Squawkabilly use Motivate here, which is a very risky play if Jake is just able to knock this Squawk out. If Jake's able to knock this Squawk out, take that 2 prize lead, he can put himself in a decent situation. You also have a couple other plays on things you could do here. If I'm Jake, what you need to do is you need to go Nest Ball for Ogre Pawn, use that Noctowl, get Crispin and another card that can try and set yourself up for that next turn. Potentially something like Pheasantipity if your Raging Bolt gets knocked out. You need to think ahead right now because you're going to take the one prize card lead here. However, you don't have a follow-up, and that's the problem. It makes things quite difficult. Yeah, let's go Brazil. We'll see if Brazil can make it into the finals. All right, here. Looks like... yeah, Jake's has to get this Ogerpon. We see that Noctowl. Noctowl going to be able to... what are they getting here? Any Marnies in top 8? One made it. All right, here comes Sada. Ultra Ball? You gotta get that Crispin here. Or Sada's also works if there's energy in the discard pile. Oh, this is... is there... is... oh, this doesn't feel good. No. I would not do this. Well, maybe you just YOLO Sadas and try and find the nuts. Honestly, that's probably okay too. The problem is that you have no lightning energy here, which creates an issue. Yeah, I mean, getting Raging Bolt's like fine. If you take the first prize card... I feel like nesting for Bolt would be the play just to Crispin and swap to take the bird, but follow-up doesn't seem strong. Well, that's the problem, right? It's like you can take a KO here. It's just you have no follow-up. And that's like the issue that is being ran into. Sada's for 3. Wow. That's honestly about as good as Jake could have asked for here. That is a huge draw here because now Jake is going to be able to use that Teal Dance, draw a card, start to develop this board. This Hoot Hoot is huge here. And now he's going to be able to potentially just snipe with that Bolt. But wow, this... oh, he's going to attach. Is he going to attach and take the turn off? Yeah, he's creeping back into it here. I don't know. So I think Jake made a mistake here. I think Jake's best play in this situation was to Sadas to the active Raging Bolt and then find that energy. Use that energy to then use Baby Bolt to snipe down that Hoot Hoot. And if you snipe down Hoot Hoot, you put yourself in such a better spot because now all Joel needs is a prime catcher, which means Noctowl gives him the out. You always take out Noctowl there because even though the prize trade was tied, Jake is technically behind. And when you're behind in this matchup, you need to brick them at some point. Yep, there it is. This is a huge punish from Joel here. If Joel has access to prime catcher, all Joel had to do was Sadas to the active, use that Earthen Vessel, attach for turn, take down that, take down the Hoot Hoot, and then Joel has to find raw prime catcher, and if he doesn't, Jake instantly snaps back in the game and puts himself in the lead once more. Yeah, you could also put 60 on. Yes, that's also something you can do. Sometimes you can set up those KOs as well. Yes. 100%. There were 2 plays he could have made here that would have put him in a reasonable situation. But, yeah. Oh, there's the prime. Oh, no. Okay, the one benefit, like, or not benefit, the one good thing that Jake has going for him here maybe is that if he can knock out the Raging Bolts, Joel doesn't have another one because there's no Hoot Hoot on the board. Possibly something that he could do, but see. There is the Ultra Ball coming out. Get rid of Boss's Orders and that Fighting Energy. Grabbing themselves that Raging Bolt, setting up the board smartly for the future. Want to get another Bolt down, use that Restart, potentially looking for a Hoot Hoot or Pheasantipity. Either of those cards are very good to have on the board. Probably looking for that Hoot Hoot just because then it turns on Noctowl. So, hey, what's up, Owen? There's E-Retrieval. Ooh, yeah, building that board for next turn. Now, the only things he does not have on the board is another Hoot Hoot, and also he does not have, in this situation, a Pheasantipity as well. So there's a couple problems with the board state, but then again, Jake has equal issues with this board state right now. Jake doesn't have a big follow-up here. You don't have a follow-up really to KO anything on the board, and this is actually the issue. If Jake had just hit even for 60 damage on that Mew EX last turn, he could have then hit 120 to knock out Mew EX, tie the prize trade with a, most importantly, one prizer in the active. But since that, you know, thing is not able to reach that number anymore unless Jake has, yeah, there's actually no way you can reach that number next turn. You can't reach the 180 KO. So someone said, personally, I like eating the owl. I don't need to know how many licks it takes to get to the center of the Tootsie Pop. I also don't want them getting advantage from it. That's crazy. All right, there is Bellowing Thunder taking the knockout here. Joel goes down to 4 prize cards. The big question is, what do you do now as Joel? You have no way to hit 180 with that Baby Raging Bolt to try and flip a prize trade back into your favor. However, maybe you just take a KO here and just completely bank that they aren't able to find a Sada's Vitality. But you're going to need some things here. Jake does have them, which is important. Jake does have the Stretcher. Greedy leaving the fight on. It's a little greedy here, for sure. I definitely agree. I don't think you necessarily needed to leave the fighting there. You could have just, because like, okay, think of it like this, right? Is if this active Raging Bolt's getting knocked out, or is not getting knocked out, you win the game anyways. The game is ending no matter what. So I think this is a little greedy here. I agree. Not looking good for Jake. It's looking a little bit tough here, that's for sure. We do see the Noctowl here coming out. This is going to net most likely a KO here. You see the Noctowl come out. We're going to see that Jewel Seeker getting themselves a Sada's and potentially an Earthen Vessel maybe. Try and get grass energies. You have a few options. Probably Nest Ball is your best option here. Oh wait, you have like not a whole lot. Wait, does he have an energy in the discard? Yeah, he has the 2 energy in the discard. So you can Sadas and Fez here. Yeah, seems fine. Yep, go Nest Ball, get the Fez. Well, yeah, you definitely get Fez here. Yep, start with Fez. You don't ideally want to use that Night Stretcher. You'd ideally like to hold on to it based off what you draw. There's some stuff here. We do see the Teal Mask drop down. We have another Teal Dance as well. Going to be able to, guarantee easily get this knockout here. Also see Nest Ball too. This is going to allow them to get a Raging Bolt if they want, or they could go Night Stretcher here. Now you have a couple options. You could Earthen Vessel away the Crispin and get Grass Energy to Teal Dance again to see what you draw into. That's like one thing you can do. I probably would have done that just because what you draw off the Teal Dance influences if you need to use the Nest Ball. What decks are left in top 4? We have Jake and Joel on Raging Bolts. We have Gabriel Fernandez, who is on Gardevoir. And then the last deck, I forget. I think it's Dragapult. Dragapult or Dragapult Charizard, I think. Could be wrong. All right, there's the Wait. Oh no. Okay, they got Earthen Vessel. That's awkward. Okay, they have the energy. That would have been really awkward here if they messed that up. Oh my gosh, that would have been funny. Is there a world where you prime up the Noctowl and snipe around it? That's a potential too. I mean, you don't have a lot of great options, but your best chance here is Joel does not have. Are we guaranteed to see the finals? Yes, we are guaranteed. Well, I think so, because Gabriel Fernandez is streaming finals in the Smart Series Discord, so we will be able to watch Gabriel if he makes finals. If Jake makes finals, we will also be able to watch. The other two people have no idea. So as long as one of those two makes the finals, we will have a final stream. Anyways, there is the Raging Bolt KO. Now, as I was getting to, Joel has some problems with his board state. Yes, there are 2 Ogre Pawn on the board, but there's no Hoothoot and there's no Pheasantipede yet. So even if Joel gets this KO here, if Jake respawn KOs, it becomes increasingly more difficult for Joel to streamline back-to-back Raging Bolts. So I think at this moment that Jake has a small glimmer of hope in this game if this Bolt deck just collapses mid-game, which there's a very good chance it does that if he's not able to get Pheasantipede down this turn. That's the big key. You need to reach Fez this turn to just build a massive hand and get Sawdust. But nope, there's the Sawdust start here. That's unfortunate for Jake. Yeah, Jake doesn't look too happy, as we do see 3 cards being drawn here. And the big question is yep, there is the Night Stretcher. However, once again, if there's no Pheasantipede on board, if you KO this Raging Bolt, they might not have a way to make a last Raging Bolt. We're going to see here, though, if they're able to do that. See the Jamming Tower? Yep. There's Jamming Tower. It's not really a big deal. It's over. I think it's winnable. Let's see. Oh, he missed. Oh my gosh, he missed. Whoa, Jake has a chance now. This is what I was talking about. I was about to, like I said a few minutes ago, Joel's board had issues and Jake's instantly back in the game. Whoa. However, there's some problems. Jake doesn't have a Lightning Energy or a Fire Energy in the deck. So he needs to find Sawdust. If he doesn't find, oh, you definitely got an Earthen Vessel if there's any energy in the deck. Can he find Sawdust, though? There's one. This is, yeah, you should have Earthen Vesseled first, because Crispin doesn't get you there if you can only attach 1 energy. Oh, yeah, you got to do that. Oh, my gosh. Wow. Seemingly out of nowhere, Jake has a shot. Can he find Stadium? That's another thing, too. Yeah, a lot of different things. I'm actually... No, you're good, Degrees. It's all good. I'm always... One thing that I always want to stress with my streams, I know like some people aren't always like this, but I'll answer your guys' questions. Even if you guys think they're dumb, like, I'll give you an answer. All right, there's Earthen Vessel. Oh, he drew. Is that enough? Oh my gosh. Wow, he can win now. So he can go in this situation. Prime. Oh, you don't need a prime here. You probably want to save this so you have an easier KO later on. I take the one prize board if you know you don't have an attack. Yep, there's the KO instantly. Someone check his PC. What a draw. Oh my gosh, what a comeback from Jake. It was looking like an absolute disaster. Wow. Jake pulling it back from just an absolutely abysmal start. Okay, Gabriel. You'll be waiting for either a Raging Bolt or a Raging Volt. So shout out Gabriel. He said he was going to stream finals. Huge shout out to the GOAT, Gabriel. We saw last week Nathan Osterkatz, one of the best online players and just players in the world, win the first Smart Series. The first Smart Series 2 weeks ago, and now Gabriel Fernandez, world champion. And yeah, wow, what a comeback here from Jake. It was looking terrible, but like, you get rid of the attacker and some energy, so it makes sense at least. Or am I missing something? Well, the only argument to like just KO the Mew in a situation like that is you then guarantee like you save energy on board. So like when you're ahead in situations like that, you sometimes just like deal with the lowest HP attacker, because you should always win the game if you announce 2 attacks. So killing an attacker that has a lower amount of HP makes things better. His opponent pass was peak. Yes, that was awesome. All right, hopping into game number 3, Jake versus Joel here. Also, shout out Gabriel for playing so late. It's currently, I believe, 6 or 7 a.m. in the morning for them. So, absolute lunatic. $4 a.m.? Oh, it's 4 a.m.? Oh, it's 5 a.m. It's 5 a.m. Yeah. Like, your action all tournaments have been real. Like, doesn't all tournament have been... Yes, watching Jake has been a joy. Yeah, watching Jake's like mind, just seeing the thought processes and stuff like that have been awesome. All right, starting off here, Jake is going first in this game. Has a few different options here. You have the ability to put down that Ogre Pawn. I don't know if there's Pheasantipity or not Pheasantipity, Squawkabilly in this list. I think there is. So we might see turn 1 Squawk here. It's 451. Gotcha. Okay, there is the Fan Rotom. That's also fine here. Use that Fan Rotom. Get those hoots onto the board. You have actually a very powerful follow-up turn. You have Noctowl plus... Actually, you have 2 Noctowls here. Plus Ogre Pawn. Plus the attach. You have everything you need. This, I don't know if you want to go into... Is it fine to go into Ditto here? Don't you want a second Noctowl? What are you trying to put on the board here, Jake? What you cooking? Would it ever have been best just to like grab second Noctowl and then just bench like and then just pass? Wait, what? Oh, he's gonna Ultra Ball it away. Gotcha. Okay, he's Ultra Balling, so he's gonna go bench Ogre Pawn, Noctowl, Ultra Ball. Is that what he's doing? I feel like this is overcooking though. This is like too like overcooking of a play. You should always just get second Noctowl there. There's no reason not to, because your Hoodoo most like yeah, you always get second Noctowl because you have guaranteed turn 2 Prime Catcher with Noctowl. Yeah, this makes no sense, because if you just go so you go Fan Rotom for Noctowl, Hoot, then next turn you go Noctowl, and you have guaranteed Prime Catcher Raging Bolt with the double Noctowl. Yeah, because the logic is that if they Iona you, then they're not doing really anything. Yeah, so definitely, yeah, I think Jake misplayed here. Jake definitely should have created a situation where he had 2 Noctowl, because like he goes Ogre Pawn, like literally his play becomes Noctowl for like Nest Ball, Crispin for the Lightning Energy and the Grass, attach Grass for turn. See if you draw Prime Catcher, use second Noctowl for Prime Catcher and on top of something else. And you just have KO turn 2. So, Lawrence, random question, but I don't feel confident when playing Guardy sometimes. Should I grind the deck or play a different deck? Just keep playing the deck. Like keep playing the deck and like, if you can, log your games and like put down why you're losing and why you're not seeing success. Because if you do that, it'll create a more beneficial experience. Like you'll be able to like more like see what you're doing wrong if you like log games or like, you know, replay your games, see like when you lost and stuff like that. Just also playing in online tournaments or playing lots of games on ladder, regardless if you're seeing success or not, is beneficial in some ways. Okay, bro, do farming masters. All right, let's see. End up doing. There's Ditto. What are you dittoing for? Just play what Grant Manley plays. He always plays BDIF. Only reason he doesn't win everything is he's so unlucky. Oh my god. Exactly, right? Exactly. Just always play what Grant Manley plays. He always plays perfectly. He's just always unlucky. Very true. Very true. Just chronically unlucky. 5 energy Terra box. The funny thing was, is I told them I didn't think the deck was very good. Or like I told them that 5 energy was crazy, and they didn't listen to me that tournament. That deck was a crime against humanity. Putting 5 energy in Terra box was just, I don't know. Like I got it because you played the Super Rod and the Pidgeot, but I was like, no. Your turn ones became like so inconsistent. I feel, I don't know, it just like didn't feel great. What I'm hearing is Grant is my spirit animal because I swear I find a way to brick. That was a Pidgeot one, right? Yeah, it was a Pidgeot one. I just didn't like it because like you would talk about how like you prize an energy or things like that. I'm like, yeah, you're playing 5, bro. It's like you prized an energy. Wow, dude, congratulations. Like it's almost like you play 5 energies. As someone who played 5 Olympic Terra box the last 2 formats, 5 energy is awful. Yeah, 5 energy is not very good. Right. You actually got rewarded for getting the Ditto? Yeah. Sometimes it works out, I guess. Another dead Iono? Yeah. This was pretty good from the opponent to pull off that powerful of an Iono here, but I mean, I guess like you can just fan Rotom back to play, but that doesn't really do anything. Like the problem is that like if you fan Rotom back, then they just bolt KO the active and go down to 4, and it's 4 to 5 and you lose at that point. So you need to draw Noctowl, and the that's not good. Into the I'm ready for Jolteon rounds. I've been defending Knock for so long. It was a good run. Yeah, the chair has been sunk into here. Never mind, check it. The spirit animal. That's not good. We might see some fan Rotom on fan Rotom crime. Yeah, we got some fan on fan action. I don't know if you want to discard the Crispin. Could you just discard the fighting energy here? I guess actually no. I guess you're gonna attach the fight. No, you want to attach the fighting energy to active. I don't know. This like I don't like losing Crispin here, but he's just playing card. Yeah, bro. Just like let the man play cards. Like we can't be hating. He's just playing shit. Just let him do his thing. Go hold this thing spiritually. Let him do his thing. He's just cooking. He's just doing whatever he wants. Yeah, there's Ogerpon. Draw 1. There's the Nest Ball. Dude, just punch the active. Here. Every time I play Joltik box. Oh, wow. Burb versus Burbless Bolt, which is better? Well, according to Gabriel, like Birdless Bolt with a little bit of bird, like a 1/1 bird, a little bit of bird, but like with not like too much bird. You don't want to become, yeah. It's like you're like slightly bird intolerant. You know, like if you're like kind of lactose intolerant, but like you can still eat like some, you know, like milk and cheese and stuff like that. It's the same thing with, you know, you're like kind of bird intolerant, but you can use a bird every now and then. It's okay. Do you think straight pull was a good play for NAIC? Eh. I didn't really like the Tord deck. I just think it gets rolled by Guardy. Like, every time I play against that deck with Gardevoir, or like anytime I play against Pult and there's no Dusknoir in their deck, it's just absolute destruction if I get a singular Gardevoir. But the actual variant that I actually had a little bit of like iffy times against was actually the Pidgeot variant. I tied a Pidgeot at Portland when I got top 32 with Gardevoir, and that was one of my ties, and it felt iffy. But the Dusknoir one was very scary. But the regular, just like pure variant was like very good in my opinion. I know people who are severely lactose intolerant and that refuse to let them keep, and they refuse to let keep them from ice cream. Of course, yeah. You can't go wrong with ice cream. It's like worth the suffering. All right, well, dude, my Nightbot is so weird. Like, my Nightbot will be silent for hours and then just barf up a bunch of propaganda and then disappear again, which is not what it's supposed to do. Duskbolt Slime's Guardian, and yes, exactly. It's like you'll be playing Duskbolt and you'll just like destroy Gardevoir. You'll be like, oh yeah, Dusclops, counter catcher, and just smack. And then there's other games where you just get destroyed. It's the same thing with the Grimmstyle matchup though. Sometimes I feel like. Are there any other matchups? Well, I mean, Grimm's not really good into Guardy. Grimm's like slightly favored. Oh, is chat. Do you want to make a bet that he goes entirely off camera? Chat, do you think this is a possibility? They just go completely under the table. Like, we're about 60% there. We're like almost fully there, but we're not fully there. Treasure Fez, yeah, I think that was fine. Why are we bossing the Hoot Shoot? Oh, wait, we can KO. Never mind. Actually, just goes on the 4. This is fine. I forgot that you get KO here. Yeah, this is fine. I started playing Pult with straight, so having Dusk feels like such a luxury, but I do notice my starting hands are much worse on average. Yeah, well, that's the problem. Like, I've been testing Dusk Pult, and like I'll play 10 games where the deck feels unbeatable, and then I'll play another 10 games, and I'm like, wow, I won 3 because I didn't get to play any of the games. That's the issue Dragapult has, is that Dragapult is a lot more high maintenance than Grimmsnarl, in my opinion. Because Grimmsnarl has access to TM Evo and also has access to Spike Myth. So it just becomes very easy for them to get at least an attacker off. Like, I drew so bad in the tourney, yeah. Yes, it's the wave of Pultless. That's exactly right. Very good explanation. Does Jake still have Prime? I don't think so. I think Jake already used his Prime. This is just like abysmal though, because now like Joel has a 10 card hand, and like Joel's gonna like have, yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's a miracle and maybe they miss here. If like, okay, chat, If Joel misses, the like watching Jake like go up on the camera and bring his whole body back up is gonna be legendary. Oh, wait for it. Is he passing? Wait for it. Is he gonna go all the way back up? Oh no, he had KO'd. Dang it. I was about to say, if he went draw pass, like boss pass there, watching his reaction would have been insane. Blitzel likes to make fun of me when I complain, but then I body him. That's funny. Blitzel's a cool guy. I've gotten to know him a little bit more recently. He's a really cool guy. Shout out James. All right, well, if... Yeah, I mean... Like, if you could, like, Slitherwing... Actually, no, Slitherwing doesn't even work, actually, because there only one prize is. CC, I don't know if Fez with Slither. The Voldusk jamming 7 energy lists popping up are insane. How are they ever playing the game? They aren't. They're just getting lucky. They got a great run, just a few too many misplays. Yeah, and like that's the thing is like eventually misplays will catch up to you. I mean, it's also really late at night, so you can't blame Jake, right? Why is there lightning on Slither? Because it just wants to chill there. Those grand finals or semis? It's semis. It's gonna be Gabriel Fernandez versus Joel in finals. Did you go somewhere? Chat, what do you think the percentage is that... Oh, wait, there's Prime Catcher. Wait a minute. I didn't know. I thought the Prime Catcher was gone. Oh, wait, why aren't we... Wait, no. Actually, wait, no, this is fine. Yeah, you just KO this. I, for some reason, thought you could Slitherwing, but I forgot that Joel's at 1 prize card. All right, chat. We've seen Jake slowly rise back up as he knows he has an out. What do you think the odds are that Joel misses this? I could be wrong. I think I did say Joel will be playing against Gabriel, but maybe we see the miracle judge? 35% Joel whiffs? I'm going to say there is a 27.2. I actually don't know how many Sadas are left, Gabriel. Oh, he's going to show us. Oh, he didn't show us. There's, I think, 2. It's not terrible. It's not terrible odds. Like if Joel finds like a Sada's this is this game, basically, we'll see. Okay, the teal dance is a good sign. That means there's not a Sada's yet unless he's slow rolling. Jake has ran out. Okay, to be fair, Jake has had the plot armor of the century this tournament. Oh my gosh. Dude, you have to have cards in hand to thin and like Mew. There's like no way he passes. A 0% chance. No. I wish I had a drink like Jake. Come on, there's gotta be thinnable cards, Joel. There's no way this is... Oh, there's one. Yep, there's the C-Pow. Using snow sync. Yeah, no ability there used. If we see Mew for 1... Someone check Jake's drink. Something's like giving him main character energy. Yes, dude, it's the main character energy. Yeah, you definitely just hide for a turn. But then, because, oh my god. So earlier in the game, we saw Jake use boss's orders on Hoot Hoot for no reason when there was a Latias in play, right? Or he used boss on Hoot Hoot for like not really a good reason. Wasn't it this game earlier when like he missed and he just was like, oh, boss's orders? I'm pretty sure it was this game because that means Jake doesn't have boss's orders if he misses. Oh, wait, no. He took the KO. Okay. Never mind. That was fine. So yeah, he doesn't have the boss's orders then. I for some reason thought he passed, but you're right. It's so late. I'm like, oh, Does he have it? I don't think Jake... The problem is Jake, I don't think, plays 2 boss. So he can't even win the next turn. Like, Joel would have to rage and just leave a Pokemon in the active. Watch him just leave the Mew. There's no way he's going to leave the Mew. You just retreat into... Oh, there's the... Is there 2 energy in deck? There's not 2 energy. Wait. But this still doesn't matter. This doesn't matter, though, because if Joel just retreats into C-Pow, there's no win con unless Jake plays 2 boss. I actually don't know Jake's exact 60. I haven't taken a look at it yet, but if there's 2 boss, Jake has game. But if there's not... No side. Oh, wow. Yeah, they smartly did it. Yeah, he knows. He knows. Oh, no. Getting the C-Pow down was huge. No, I just see the whole, like, the life leave. Oh, my gosh, dude. It's over. Stop. just freaking do it. Go out swinging with Stomp Off. Oh my gosh. Just ship it. Do it for the, there's nothing. You're gonna have to hope that Joel disconnects. Well, no, there's a fighting in hand. Isn't this game just over? Isn't there just a fighting in hand shot? Or a lightning in hand, I mean? Didn't he crisp? Oh, wait, no, he only crisped for 1. It's actually not game yet. Wait, never mind. Yeah, there's no way he misses. There's no way he misses. There's a 0. There is... I would bet my entire life savings that he does not, like... Does not miss. There's just no chance. No chance. No chance. If Gabe, or not Gabe, if Jake wins this game, this dude needs to get, like, go get a lottery ticket. Yeah, there's game. Okay. I was about to say, there's no way he misses. I was like, if he even had to fez there, I'd be surprised. Wow. So Joel FT able to take down Jake. Jake was a cool guy. Was very entertaining to watch. Shout out Jake for a hell of a run, and also some cash as well. All top 4 players will be walking away with cash. So super sick to see. Congratulations, Jake. And now we have one final round. Gabriel Fernandez, 2023 world champion, right? Playing up against Joel FT Raging Bolt. Gardevoir versus Raging Bolt, a matchup that has become very popular in the past. Congrats, Jake from State Farm. Can you hear the birds chirping? It's not that early. Or it's not that late. It's only 1 o'clock for me. But all right, whenever you're ready, Gabe, you can hop in. It's 5:12. Oh, wait, yes. We're talking about... But Clef, no Clef for the Bolt matchup. All right. I always call you smart. Yeah, people get it mixed up sometimes. People, it's like, I'm so, like, there's two like really well-known or relatively well-known Gabes in the community, I guess. All right, best of luck, Gabriel. Best of luck, Joel. Good luck in finals here. I'm gonna go quickly use the bathroom. Yo, Jake, shout out for the raid. I appreciate you. Congratulations on an amazing run in streaming your tournament. It was a joy to watch you. And make sure to hit me up in Discord, and I will get you paid, okay? So shoot me a message over Discord. You should be in my server, I assume. So message me. Just send me a wave, and I will get you sorted out. So we'll be sent out tonight or tomorrow. Just shoot me over your PayPal or your Venmo. Either or works totally fine for you, or Cash App, whichever one is easiest, and I'll get you paid out. Anyways, let's do this thing. Hopping into the finals, Gabriel Fernandez versus Joel FT. Looks like we see a Screamtail start here, along with a Ralts, a Curlia, a couple of Earthen Vessels as well. We see Ultra Ball too. It's an okay hand. It's not anything special. Definitely could be better. One of those hands where you wish you had Cleffa. Yes, there are some situations where you wish you had Cleffa. Like, definitely at NAIC, there were some points where it's like, dang, if I said Cleffa, I could get out of this spot, right? But anyways, you're starting off for Gabriel. We do see the Earthen Vessel being used, getting a couple of energies, checking to see exactly what's prized. You have your counter catcher. Looks like you prized a TM Evolution. You have that Drifloon. Drifloon can be important, but the top deck of the Iono is really important because it makes this hand a lot better now. And Gabriel going to be able to get 3 Psychic Energies into the discard pile. Yes, Gabriel is obviously playing from quite a ways away. So if his game is a little bit more shaky, that is the reason as to why. But getting to watch a world champion, it's worth to watch a little bit lower quality on this. But anyways, phenomenal start here from Gabriel. Just getting those psychic energy in the discard pile is so important, because as long as you're able to attack in this matchup and get energies in the discard and be able to commit energies to Monkey, there's so many plays you can make. So is this a private tourney? No, this is available to anyone who wants to play in the Smart Series. It is not a private tournament. It was hosted today. If you go into Limitless and it hasn't been finished yet, that's just because Limitless kind of glitched and we weren't able to fix it. So the rest of this tournament has been done manually. So that's the reason as to why. Beating Guardian with straight pull is insane work. Yeah, that's pretty difficult. Yo, Shanasi TCG, thanks for the raid as well. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. There's Area 0 coming down. And now for the Bolt player. The big thing that's going to be important in this matchup is going up 2 prize cards. You need to take a 2 prize card lead when you're playing against Gardevoir, because if you don't take that lead, you just give Gardevoir too much time for things like, you know, like the damage manipulation, being able to take, you know, multi-prize card turns, sometimes taking 3 prize turns by knocking out a Fan Rotom on the bench with Monkey Dory, and then pairing that up potentially with a counter catcher or a Screamtail to take a 2 prize knockout. So in this situation here, Joel needs to go fast. Now, starting Pheasantipede or Monkey Dory in this matchup is pretty good because they can't be Fan Rotom knocked out. So this is kind of an annoying situation here for Joel. If the Ralts had been started, this would have been a much better spot for Joel because he would have been able to Fan Rotom, take a prize card, and then force Gabriel to find that rare candy Gardevoir, or else Joel would be able to potentially keep up with that prize race and feel pretty good. So we do see Mew being used along with Boss's orders, which is huge. So was able to get that boss. A second Mew is hitting the board as well here. So 2 Mews. Now, these are big liabilities. However, in this matchup, you just kind of have to play like, I'm going to run you over. And if you have the responses to my questions that I'm asking, I'm going to, you know, most likely lose, right? But if you can't respond to the pressure that I put on your board state, I'm going to be okay here. So the prize maps are not great for Bolt, but the aggression is there. And ooh, there's a squawk ability with that prime catcher. That is huge, because since that prime catcher is gone, now Gabriel could potentially more comfortably fall behind a couple of prize cards, because he now knows there's less gust flexibility. He can put Joel in these situations where he can't Sadas and boss in the same turn. So losing prime catcher is a giant loss in this matchup, because it gives Gardevoir so much more finesse capability in games. For example, now as a Gardevoir player, you could just evolve into Curlia instead of digging for rare candy Gardevoir, potentially knowing that it's very unlikely that the Ralts gets taken down because there's no prime catcher. And yeah, this situation here, if I'm Gabriel, you can just go evolve into Curlia here, maybe look for that TM evolution and play pretty conservatively. Yeah, we're going to see exactly that here. We see the evolution, knowing no pressure. You know, like, you don't need to get that rare candy Gardevoir because they don't have prime catcher. And also on top of it too, Joel's board state just isn't very good. There's not a whole lot here going for him. So we're going to see that Professor's research being used. The bench of the Shaman is important to block that baby Raging Bolt. We wonder if they're going to play it here. They might just choose not to, though. That Artisan is huge too. Potentially locking this board becomes very difficult. Yep. And now they need even more. Yeah, it's already seems like, you know, Gabriel putting the clamps down this game here. We're going to see that flip the script here being used. That's not a great flip the script. Drawing a couple of Night Stretchers. You don't really want to use your Night Stretchers. You'd rather just pull a Ralts out of the deck here. This matchup isn't that bad. It's not. Yeah, this matchup isn't terrible. But it's still not good for Gardevoir, or it's still not good for Polt. It's still like 60-40, I think. Anyways, there is the bench of the Shaman. I don't know if you need to do this turn. I don't think, because is there any way that Baby Bolt can get to hitting for 90? Like, realistically, like, benching that, the only issue with benching this is it does clog your board and you have less room for Monkey Dories. But looks like Gabriel does decide to bench it here. Seems content with dropping it down on the board. And now you have this Ultra Ball. You probably don't need to play it. One Guardian discard pile. Yeah, honestly, if I'm Gabriel here, I probably in this situation wouldn't have bench Shaman, because are you really good? Like, even if you play, like, I don't even think they play Energy Switch, but if they find, like, they would need like an energy and discard Sada's energy, prime catcher, or not prime catcher. They would need like so much to have the snipe for 90. I think you bench Shaman or Ralts, not both. Yeah, I think this is a mistake from Gabriel. I don't think you like need to worry about Baby Bolt. Like, there's just no threat of it hitting 90 this turn. But I guess, yeah, this is 100% a mistake from Gabriel, because even if the Baby Bolt, even if they hypothetically had Sada's retreat, an energy switch, I don't even know if they play, Gabriel just has Ultra Ball Rare Candy Gardevoir. So it wouldn't even matter, though. That's the thing, is that you don't care if this Baby Bolt, like, even if they had Baby Bolt, like, okay, they killed the Ralts, cool. Like, or the Curlia, cool. Ultra Ball Rare Candy Gardevoir, or just Night Stretcher Rare Candy Gardevoir. Yeah, so definitely a mistake here, I think, from Gabriel to bench this, but it's not a huge deal. It just makes it more, like, difficult to develop a double Monkey Dory or triple Monkey Dory board to clean games. Now, we do see another boss's orders here, going to be able to take out that Ralts. But the thing is that we know is that Gabriel got plenty of energies into the discard pile. Now, this is a really bad situation for Bolt, although they're taking the prize lead. And the reason is that all Gabriel has to do this turn is Scream Tail that bench Squawkabilly, because Gabriel now knows here that Joel is down boss's orders and prime catcher. So now he can just feed him one prizer after one prizer. Oh yeah, it should be 0-0. Thank you. I can change it right now. I appreciate someone telling me. He's playing for 10 hours and it's 5 games. Subpar play is expected. Yeah, subpar play is definitely expected for sure. I can't blame any. Yeah, I can't blame anyone. Yeah. I mean, I've been talking nonstop about Pokemon too. I'm exhausted. I'm trying to grind through the turns in my head too. I gave her score 0-0. Yeah, I gave her score 0-0. I think discarded Curlier first turn and not Guardy. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, but it's still correct to not bench Shaman. But anyways, here, yeah, if I'm Gabriel, all you have to do here is Screamtail, Squawkabilly. Should be fine. You get thrown in A7 16. Gabriel's deck is blinding me. it's too shiny, right? It's so shiny. Yep, here we go. Going into the Screamtail here should be Screaming a Mew. You could also Scream Mew here, but I think you would potentially rather put your monkey damage somewhere. I guess you could do it. Oh, wait. My bad. I messed it up. There you go. No. I actually just typed the wrong thing. Yeah. It's so late. There we go. Gabriel's Raging Bolt list is very interesting. It's very interesting. There's like, you know, I think it's like fine to put this on Mew, but do you ever need to kill the Mew here? You can always just take down in the situation. The Squawkabilly too. That's like also fine. Because like if you kill Squawkabilly, then like it's always. I mean, you can also kill Mew here. Like, yeah, like knocking out Mew is completely fine. Yeah, you know, we can knock out Squawk later. Exactly. It's 10 a.m. for me in Poland, so I'm fresh. Hey, good morning from Poland. I've been there multiple times. I like Poland quite a bit. I'm a big fan of Poland. The players I've met there are very nice. So shout out the Polish community. What is optimal way to write Gardevoir in short form? I just put G-A-R-D-Y. I don't do G-A-R-D-I-E. It's just G-A-R-D-Y. It's just easier, yeah. After you to save easy KOs for later. Yeah, honestly, I think this is fine. The more I think about it, I think this is probably good here. So, multiple times, guys. Oh, that's sick. Yeah. You know, much love to you guys over in Poland. I think music better option. Yeah, it's fine. I never said I was wrong. I was like, oh, you could KO Squawk here too, but the only thing is that if Joel plays C-Pow, he can C-Pow bump the Squawk, which is better than C-Pow bumping Mew. So that's like the one thing, is that like it's more painful to C-Pow bump the Mew. That's the reason why I was thinking of, okay, we can KO Squawk here because he doesn't want to C-Pow bump the Mew, but he wants to C-Pow bump the Squawkabilly. So things are looking pretty difficult here, I think, for Joel. We do see the Super Rod Secret Box as well, and a Ultra Ball in hand to be able to very easily remake the Screamtail when it inevitably falls to a Fan Rotom here. We do see the Earthen Vessel here getting out a Lightning Energy. And yeah, we're probably just going to see... Now, Guardian's becoming even more infinite S tier after Jellicent. I wonder if you even want to play Jellicent. Some people have been talking about it, not even playing it, but I haven't tested it a ton. I've tested it a little bit, but it's my deck and I love it. I hope it never goes away. I'm a big fan of Gardevoir. I'm a big fan of Gardevoir. I've played that deck to many tournaments. Curly best card for Guardy. Pretty good. Anyways, here as Raging Bolt, you just have to Fan Rotom, which is a decent play here. I mean, you present a one prizer, and now Gabriel does just need to Screamtail again, but I guess actually you don't even Screamtail here. Why don't you just like evolve into Gardevoir EX and like Counter Catcher? Don't you just win if you evolve into EX, CC, and then EX here? Because then if Raging Bolt KOs your EX, there's like, okay, like bench Clefairy or anything. Hey, what's up, Laura? Yeah, honestly, if I'm Gabriel here, we're just EXing this Raging Bolt, because if they ever Raging Bolt into you and they Raging Bolt KO your Gardevoir, use instant win. Okay. I still think you EX here because you want to activate Counter Catcher at some point. No, the Clefairy is there. Okay, yeah, you just go Clefairy Counter Catcher now. I think you 100% just Clefairy Counter Catcher if there's no Ursaluna. Yeah, because like if we just KO a 2-prizer with a 2-prizer, the only way that a 2-prizer get knocked out is by another 2-prizer. So they present you game, basically. If we're doing the double Screamtail route, it's a little bit more difficult to do that. So I think, yeah, I think Gabriel recognizes this. Gabriel recognizes this. You are Gabriel here? Yes. I'm a Gabriel casting over a Gabriel. Goes up, Mateo. What do you think about... First of all, I appreciate it. What do you think about Pango matchup for Guardy? Will be better with Jellison? It'll be better with Jellison for sure. It's definitely one of Gardevoir's harder matchups if you don't play Drifloon. So yeah, we're just going to see this here. Now, what Gabriel can do is he can put 30 damage onto the Fan Rotom to set up Double Monkey Dory to knock it out potentially next turn as well. So you have options here. This isn't really super relevant though, because you don't really want to knock out, I mean, you don't need to knock out the Fan Rotom because you go into odd prize cards. So yeah, we're just going to see the retreat here, go into the Clefairy, counter catcher, take down that Raging Bolt now, because now this puts Joel in a really sketchy situation, because now what Joel needs to do is Joel needs to make another big bolt here. And if Joel doesn't make another big bolt, he can't really do anything. But then that means Joel has to Sadas. And if Joel Sadas, that means he's not using something like an Iona or any type of hand disruption card. So it turns out to be pretty good here for Mr. Fernandez. It was so linear and it loses so many random grass decks, but yeah, it's insanely powerful. Is Grimstar really considered a linear deck? That's kind of an interesting like take. Like, is it linear? Because I mean, like, is TM Devo like a linear strategy? Like, you have to ask yourself that. Like, yes, your main attacker. It's mainly just the same thing over and over again, right? I mean, maybe linear isn't the right word, but only has one attacker. Yeah. I don't think this matchup is even winnable for Joel. The matchup is winnable, but this game is not winnable, I think. It looks like... I think that Gabriel's just, like putting the door shut on this game. And this is, like, one of the problems with Raging Bolt, is that when you fall behind, you have to use draw supporters that don't hand disrupt to get back into the game. So what Joel's going to have to do in, you know, next game is, you know, regroup, obviously, and just try and, I think, develop a little bit of a better board state. Maybe try and get that 2-prize lead if able to without too many liabilities on the board. There's just some problems in this matchup that make it tough. Guard has like 7 different attacks and most decks have more. Yeah, well, sure. So like, yeah, like compared to Gardevoir, yes. Like, is Charizard considered a linear deck? A question to ask. Does Owless Bolt have a better Gardevoir matchup, or is it even worse? That is a great question. I think Owless Bolt might have a little bit of a better matchup because you can consistently just say Owl goes second and most likely turn 1 KO them, whereas the Owl variant isn't necessarily as, I would say, easily able to go, you know, turn 1 attack, just because you have the, you know, the Fan Rotom engine and also the Noctowls as well. Anyways, here, action back on to Joel. It doesn't look like there's a whole lot that they're going to be able to do here. They might just go... I mean, their only play would be if they had another boss's order. Actually, no, boss doesn't even get the job done here. Is there an Ursaluna, though? There, I said it. You know, okay, so one of the things about Raging Bolt is what Raging Bolt loses in matchup spread, it gains in consistency. So hypothetically, a lot of Raging Bolt's matchups are not great, right? However, Raging Bolt is one of the most consistent decks in the format, and it's able to take advantage of any deck that stalls out or stumbles, right? So, you know, kind of similar to decks in the past, like, you know, like Miraidon as well. You know, it's just sometimes you amp them and they don't have a response. There's just some decks like that that are able to really take advantage of anyone that stumbles. Whereas some decks, if your opponent maybe doesn't draw great, like one turn, can't really capitalize as much as other decks can. Those issues, he can't take the KO with Bolt EX because, correct, yes, this is why attacking with a high HP Pokemon was big. Is Azul out? Yes, this is the finals of the tournament. Azul lost in top 8 to Raging Bolt, and then Bolt beat Bolt Mirror, and Gabriel on the other side of the bracket was able to make it. So yeah, Azul ended up getting top 8. We got Heckin' Creative. Yeah, Joel needs to get a little creative in this matchup. Maybe a little cruel arrow action. Well, that doesn't even work because there's a shaman in the deck, right? When does the new set become legal for competitive play? So the new set comes legal on TCG Live on Thursday, and it becomes legal, I believe, August 1st or 2nd, I believe, for competitive play, a couple weeks before the World Championships. So here we go. We see CPOW being used. I'm going to be able to bump that stadium, discard some of the liabilities off the board. Probably going to get rid of that Squawk ability. You probably get rid of potentially Mew or Pheasantipity or Latias. Yeah, seems, I guess, fine too. There's just too much I can get, like, knocked out here. For IRL play, it's 2 weeks after release date. Yeah, so I think that's the 1st, right? It's the 1st or the 2nd of August. Yep, and there is the pass here, and Gabriel doesn't even need to win the game this turn. Can just put damage there and a punch for knockouts. And now at this point, yeah, there's a second Gardevoir up, there's a Clefairy in the active. Now at this point, you just attack with Gardevoir, I think, because then if they ever Raging Bolt you, you always have game. Yeah, attacking with Gardevoir is definitely correct. There was literally no loose con if you attack with Gardevoir. It is impossible for Joel to win. Hypothetically, if there was an Ursaluna and an Iono and you KO'd the Clefairy, maybe Gabriel misses, but that can never exist if you just attack with Gardevoir here. Yeah, I think Gabriel recognizes this, and it's just attacking with Gardevoir. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, you guys are trash talking Bolt while it got first, or got second at least, and also top 4 out of over 700 players. Yeah. Y'all just hating. Yeah, here we go. Miracle Force, take the KO. You don't even need to move the damage off. I mean, unless there's a threat of an Ursaluna. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, that's seems pretty good. Here we go. Artisan here. That seems good. Put Artisan down here. It's probably okay. I think Gabriel's just trying to figure out, is there any possible way that Joel can win? I think he's just trying to, like, remove every possible line that hypothetically could exist. I mean, he can just simply look at the deck list and see that there's as these are open deck list tournaments, you could potentially just see, okay, there's nothing in there. Yeah, like making it 50% of the top 4 is pretty much opposite of a bad deck. Yeah, exactly. And they also had to go through top 32 cut, which was best of 3, top 16, top 8, top 4, and now final. So it's not like you're just donking people, right? Because you are playing best of 3. But Boulders too. That's funny. Yeah, this should just be, yep, attach retreat. Retreat by Gabriel, and Gabriel Fernandez is able to take game number 1, just 1 win away from taking down the biggest TCG on, or Pokemon TCG Live tournament ever hosted on Limitless TCG. There has not been a live tournament, I believe, bigger than this. So crazy to see these numbers. Over 700 players, and Gabriel Fernandez, the world champion, 1 win away from, or a world champion, not the one right now, but a world champion, 1 win away from taking down Raging Bolt. For today. I'm sorry. All right. Here we go. Game number 2 here. If I'm Joel, just go second. Try and donk him at this point. Because, like, or just try and take a 1 prizer. Like, just try and do something. I think that's really important. This is the finals. This is the finals. Yes. All right, hopping into game number 2. I believe Joel, we'll see what Joel decided. Joel does get the ability to pick and choose whether or not they want to go first or second. Will there be another Smart TCG tourney like this anytime soon? If so, maybe I'll just book work off ahead of time. Next Monday, probably. I need to check when I get home. I have to go out of town for a day, but potentially next Monday. I want to host an event with Black Bolt, White Flare Legal, because I know people are really excited to play with those cards. So I want to do something the community wants, and I might host an event next week. I wanted to do bi-weekly, but this event was so big, I'm like motivated to put another one up. But anyways, here we go here. Looks like Joel chose second. Would there be a chance to make Source Series more EU time friendly? So the problem with running EU like time friendly is that it hurts also like if you host an earlier event in the day, it hurts the American players, which do make up the majority base. So it's like difficult. It's like one side doesn't get exactly what they want. So I might try and host an EU event once in a while, just to kind of make it, I guess, more I guess open to everyone. But I know the late night usually runs EU events, right? So potentially. Anyways, here we go. I guess maybe the answer would be running one on the weekend, maybe. That'd be pretty cool. Anyways, here, action on Joel. The big thing, can Joel find a turn 1 knockout? You got definitely plenty of options here, you know. Gabriel smartly did not put down Artisan because it activates that potential Fan Rotom KO on the first turn, which is not something that you want to deal with. What I played on this side, I don't. Oh, gotcha. Here we go. Joel checking the prize card, seeing what is in the deck. You're going to be grabbing that Squawkabilly here. Definitely makes sense. You have access to Ditto too. Very, very strong start here. As long as the Squawkabilly nets you anything here, you should be putting yourself in a pretty decent spot. You got the guaranteed access to Fan Rotom with things like the Ditto. You should be able to get an Ogerpon down. Hopefully get a Bolts. There is, ooh, the Jamming Tower gets discarded. I'm not sure how much I like this here because now you don't have access unless you have Area 0 in hand to be able. I don't know about this because now you don't have guaranteed Fan Rotom. Late night no longer do EU events. Oh, late night stop doing EU events? That's tough. There's the Nest Ball being played. Teal Dance coming through here. Going to be able to use that ability, draw 1 card, and then we'll see if they Ditto first. It looks like they are going to Ditto here before Squawkabilly. Gain themselves that Fan Rotom. Most of the events favor East Coast. It's because that's where the most players normally are. It's like impossible to cater to everyone. It's like I'll try and figure it out. Oh my gosh, there's the Prime again. This is back-to-back games where Joel has had to discard Prime Catcher early, and that knowledge now that Gabriel doesn't have to worry about that, you know, potential, which often feels like an inevitable card, that, you know, like inevitable Prime Catcher at the end of the game to win doesn't exist anymore. So it makes things just so much easier. So I'm falling off. I'm not sure. I didn't do great this event. I think a lot of Raging Bolt around, which is kind of a scary matchup. But anyways, we're going to see that Ultra Ball here coming out. Going to see the bench of the Mew EX here. There is once again Boss Zors. This is I would I don't know. Using your only boss left over feels really bad in this situation because you now don't have boss and you have to find Palpad for it. So unless there's a Palpad in this hand, I don't know how much I like this play. No, there is a Palpad. All right, cool. Then that makes a little bit more sense. And then we're just going to see that Assault Landing, 70 damage, take the knockout. But Gabriel is just a rare candy away. However, this game is a little bit different. Will standings be updated on Limitless? Good question. I'm going to ask Robin, the owner of Limitless, to manually do it if he's able to. I will try and mess with the system to update it the best I can, though. All right, there is Arvin being played, getting himself that. Yeah, I mean, you don't have the KO here. You don't have Gardevoir, so that Pheasantipity hasn't given Gabriel everything that he needs here. We're going to see the Earthen Vessel be played. Getting a couple of those Psychic Energies, putting them into the hand here. Help you out. Yeah, I'm just going to send him the... Well, I've already texted him. I just think that he's been asleep. All right, there's Drifloon, and yeah, we're going to see that TM Evolution. So losing that Jamming Tower early was something that might come back to bite Joel. You've lost 2 huge cards. How'd you push a Grimmsnarl matchup with Guardy? Feels unwinnable without a good monkey setup. You got to get a good monkey setup. Mind Bend is really, really important. There's a few things that you can do in the matchup. A few things for sure. All right, action back onto Joel here. Joel using that Teal Dance, drawing a card. Area 0 under depths coming out. So here, I just got a fan Rotom again. I mean, you're being given a free prize card from Gabriel. You can go down to 4 prizes, which is like good. But then it just kind of comes down to, does Gabriel Iono into Counter Catcher plus Gardevoir? That's pretty much all Gabriel's looking for. Even has the option of Screamtail too. You just need Gardevoir plus Counter Catcher or Gardevoir plus Screamtail, and Gabriel will definitely put themselves in a very dominant position. But it's not guaranteed just yet. I have seen Gardevoir miss in the past. We'll see if that's happening here. Oh, there's Counter Catcher. That is a huge, huge top deck, because now you can go for that Raging Bolt and just get it off the board. If you draw now Gardevoir and Screamtail, at this point here, you could just ship Research. I don't even hate that. You could just say, I'm guaranteed finding this thing. It's definitely not worth it. You definitely Iono here. But there's, I mean, it's not necessarily super certain the more I think about it. You could Research. The Research in back-to-back turns and didn't draw Guardy recently. Yeah, I've done that with like Dragapult, where I've drawn a bunch and I haven't been able to find the pieces. Yeah. The only real win con now is Boss on Guardy X and Fez back-to-back turns, right? Well, the problem is that... Oh, actually, wait, no, he did Palpad, I was going to say. There's no boss, but there's only one. And yep, there we go. Research. I like this play from Gabriel. Gabriel understanding the situation of just like, I don't need to hand disrupt my opponent anymore. If I just race them, I'm going to get to the finish line before my opponent does. And we do see that Ultra Ball here, going to be able to get that Gardevoir EX. We also have the option on top of this to get ourselves that Screamtail. As long as it's in the deck, we have ourselves another Ultra Ball. There it is. Here comes Gardevoir though, and then we'll see that Screamtail. And all you have to do is go into Screamtail and use that Roaring Scream, and you take down Raging Bolt. And then at that point, that pretty much puts Gabriel in a dominant position because there's no Prime Catcher. So that means Joel has to Sada's next turn. And if Joel Sada's and attacks with, let's say, Raging Bolt, you can then just knock out the Raging Bolt again. If they attack with something like the Fan Rotom, they take a prize lead. They activate potentially another Gust effect like Counter Catcher. But yeah, this is the best artwork of Guardy. Yeah, this artwork is sick. I used this artwork, I think, at Portland Regionals. I borrowed one of my friends' ones, and they looked super cool. Yeah, those are super sick. I loved that. Yep, here comes the Screamtail. And we are just going to see that retreat, I think. And yeah, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, you just go retreat KO here. I think I own all arts of Guardy besides the full art one because my wife used to play Guardy and now I'm playing it. Oh, that's cool. Anyways, we do see Roaring Scream going to be able to only... Yeah, I think the KO, you only need 60 on it. There it goes. Down goes Raging Bolt. And most importantly, there is a Bravery Charm. Since this Bravery Charm exists, that Fan Rotom cannot knock out, which pretty much puts this Bolt player in a horrible situation, because now at this point you just have to say, all right, Raging Bolt, punch. And since there's no jamming tower, it makes it even more difficult. So back-to-back games here where Joel just was not able to necessarily, I think, get the ideal setup. PowerPoint is lit. I appreciate it. Loki needs 2 jamming towers. Still would be unwinnable. Yeah, it's just not great. This is the issue with Bolt, is that like Bolt's a great deck against everything but Gardevoir. It's like it's good against most things but Gardevoir, but now you just have to punch the active, I think. Yeah, it's just punching active and hoping for the best. We're good into everything except Gardevoir. Yeah, I feel like that's the meta game, right? It's like everything's good in, except into Gardevoir. Like Dragapult's great into a bunch of things except Gardevoir. Raging Bolt's great into a bunch of things except Gardevoir. I know. Anyways, here's a Teal Mask taking that KO here. And now all Gabriel has to do is just simply promote the Gardevoir EX, use Ultra Ball to get another Gardevoir EX. So like, okay, like if I'm Gabriel here, what you're doing is you're just drawing, you're Fezzing for 3, you're evolving into Gardevoir EX, and you're Arvening for Vessel for Dark Energy, and the game is 100% checkmated. I would have started with Fez here from Gabriel. It shouldn't really matter, actually, I guess. Thinning out is fine here. Yeah, you just get second Gardevoir, evolve into second Gardevoir, Fezandipity, and then Arven for Vessel, and the game is over. Yes, yeah, that's 100% the play here that Gabriel needs to make. Because you KO the active, you have a Dark Energy, so they can't really go after that. And then if they KO the active, Clefairy comes out. If they KO the Clefairy, then you have Research still left, and it's just, yeah. You could also Research here, I guess, if it's guaranteed. If there's 2 Vessels left, it is practically guaranteed to find it too. So that's, I guess, also okay. But I don't know, taking the guaranteed is like pretty nice here. Okay, there were 3 Dark in there. He found them anyways. I guess this is also fine. If there was 1, you never do this. You definitely just Arven, but script for 3. Super odd. Yep. And here comes the Psychic Embrace here. Gabriel putting 3 energy onto the active, then can use that Monkey Doors Adrenabrain to put 30 damage on to the active. You could even choose not to KO this turn and just try and dodge a Fez or giving them an extra bench spot. I don't think you need to do that. I think just KOing is completely fine here. You have access to potentially benching another Monkey Dory as well. Yep, here comes the Adrenabrain. Gonna be used. Moving 30 onto the active. There's Artisan. Yeah, I think Raging Bolt might have to. Well, I think Turbo will go second. Noctowl probably just wants to go first, but I guess actually it depends what version they're playing. They're playing the Evo one. Yeah, you definitely want to go second. But if they're playing like the just like Cleffa one, I mean honestly going second is like pretty good. But I think if you're playing the Turbo one, you need to go second. If you're playing like the Turbo Bolt variant. Because you should hit turn 1 KO. But if you're playing the heavy Noctowl one with like 3/3 Noctowl, then it's harder to justify going second because it's harder to take the turn 1 KO. If you play Squawk, you should go second. If you don't play Squawk, you should go first. I think that's like probably the easiest way to explain it. Yep, here we go into the Gardevoir. Just gonna see that Miracle Force take the KO. Gabriel Fernandez, one attack away from becoming your Smart Series #2 champion here. Yeah, what do you do here? With the Bolt doesn't work. That's good advice. Took a Squawk out for a bit of an Noctowl build for the mirror. The Squawk is too good. Yeah, Squawk is great. I think if you play Squawk, you go second. All right, here's the Artisan being used. Noctowl. I think it's just, I don't think there's a play. I mean, the only play would be like if you had, no, Ursaluna doesn't work. An Amorous? Yeah, what an Amorous you talking about? Which one you cooking up here? What a lag? Yeah. Gabriel's in Brazil, so sometimes it can be a little bit harder. Honestly, Gabriel's won so much money. He should get better internet connection. I'm gonna tell him that. Like, bro, you've won Worlds. You won like 6 or 7 regionals / ICs this year. Let's get a better. Let's get a better PC and a better internet connection, or just better internet connection. Oh, there's Iono, but this doesn't do anything though. There's no Luna. Joel will most likely just like, I mean, KO Act doesn't do anything unless he's just like doing this just to say, okay, cool. Maybe he'll be able to buy something when he wins today. Yeah, exactly. This is his first tournament win ever, right? Unironically, this is Gabriel's biggest in size tournament win, I think, right? Like in just actual size. Is an online tournament. Versus a master player. Yeah, he's a Masters player now, unofficially, or I guess officially now, except he'll play Seniors Worlds. Yeah, this is not good. And we're just gonna see the little assault landing. This doesn't do very much. All Gabriel. There is the Night Stretcher as well. I think the Screamtail is in deck though. There it is. The Screamtail is here. I think it's interesting. I think it's the computer. Possibly Quentin. Yeah, I'll send him a message. I'll shoot him a message, man, and be like, come on, bro. Yep, that is gonna do it. Gabriel Fernandez is your Smart Series 2 champion. Congratulations to Gabriel on a incredible tournament run. Yesterday, I think it didn't lag. Interview? Nah, dude, it's too late. I'm not gonna make Gabriel at 4 a.m. do it. I'm not gonna make Gabriel do an interview at 6 a.m. in the morning. That would be like just abuse. Unless he wanted to, but yeah, shout out Gabriel. It can't be that bad. Like, how do you play live so long on the PC? Not gonna. No, that's fine. You don't have to worry about it. You sleep. But congratulations on the W. I know you want to go to bed, probably. I'm not gonna make you do one here. Maybe next time if we finish earlier and you win again, you know, we'll get you on. But anyways, next Smart Series maybe next week. It definitely will be one the week after that if it's not next week. Thanks for making this the biggest Pokemon TCG live tournament of all time. 740 players played. Yeah, you know, go sleep, Gabriel. I appreciate it. Thanks everyone as well for dealing with some of the technical difficulties in Top Cut. Shout out to Owen, always an incredible help. At Owen Dalgard on Twitter. He runs a lot of my stuff, makes my life easy. So if you ever need graphics done or, you know, things like that, they do a phenomenal job on a lot of my stuff. But are you doing money prizes? Yes, I believe all of the events I'll be doing money prizes. The goal, so I started just by giving out like my own money, but I've gotten a sponsor to, you know, kind of help out a little bit. So if there's any sponsors, you know, whoever want to have their stuff put up on the streams and be a part of the biggest online tournaments in Pokemon, make sure to hit me up. Feel free to shoot me a message. But thanks for all the support as always. Thanks for the follows. Thanks for the subs. Thanks for just hanging out and making my day enjoyable. You guys mean the world to me. I always love to create content to help you out. That's what I love to do. I like to help people and give something that someone can get excited for. EU time tournament? Maybe. It's like so hard to figure out the times for that. If I ran EU events, it would be on the weekend. But anyways, if you want to do playmat prizes, hit me up. I do that sometimes. Love to draw something for a yeah, that'd be sick. Shoot me a message on Discord if anyone needs anything, or like if anyone wants to ever, you know, set something up. Feel free to message me. But the VODs should be all on YouTube and Twitch stuff. We're actually going to turn that last match into a video. But anyways, thanks for all the support as always.